and I found my baby, that girl. She was dressed out on a long white table, so sweet, so cold, so fair. Let her go, let her go. God bless her. If the devil don't catch her, wherever she may be. I went down to St. James Infirmary, and I found my baby, that girl. She was dressed out on a long white table, so sweet, so cold, so fair. Let her go, let her go. God bless her. If the devil don't catch her, wherever she may be. She can search the whole wide world all over, but she'll never find a hot trombone player like me. Hidey, 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 ho! Hidey, 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 ho! Hidey, 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 ho! So sweet, so cold, so fair. So sweet, so cold, so fair.
Can I please get this straight once and for all? I would like it just perfect. But yes. Hey, you didn't forget me, huh? That's what's so wild. You didn't forget me. I didn't expect you to. I disappeared. Oh, for God's sake. I have witnesses all over the place. Hey, you gotta do it again, man. Everything is talking. But true. Okay, I won't touch it, but I mean, it's got its own life, you know. I mean, I know what. Hey, I went home, you see. All those songs you heard all those years, I meant them from the deepest part of my heart. And of course, I talk a lot, and I couldn't give a damn, you know. I went home, I went to Liberia, and I lived for 2 years. I've been with you only 5 days. And and I went. And I just got looser, you see. I swear, I went home and I found out all the things that had been bothering me. And I confirmed an awful lot of them. And I found out some other things, and I'm not going to tell you any of them. But where am I anyway? We were getting this straight, and I got a witness through it, right? Oh, the media, you see, is real. It lives. And I think we'll get to Backlash Blues and pay Langston Hughes a tribute, huh? Taxes, freeze my wages, send my only son to Vietnam. You see what happened there? He give me second-class houses, second-class schools. You know all colored people in this country got to be second-class fools. And it's true now. That's the truth now. It's true now. I know how to leave you with the blues. Hey, hey, when I try to find a job to get a little cash, all you're gonna hand me is your 2-cent backlash. But the world's big, big and bright and round, black and round, full of other folks like me who are black, beige, and brown. I'm Backlash and Kissinger. I'm gonna leave you, and you already got 'em. The blues. Give the drummer some. Like Odetta said last night, if you don't get loose now, you better forget it. 'Cause you ain't got much time. None of us do. I think the Rolling Stones say we got 5 years. When my daughter tries to find a little job to earn a little cash, all you got to offer her is your stupid, same stupid, old mean backlash. But the world is big. I saw it big and bright and round, and it's full of other folks like me who are Japanese, black and beige and brown. Oh, Mr. Backlash, you're not the only one. That's what you've been thinking. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you with the blues. Oh. told me many months before. He said, Nina, I know it's been hard for you, baby. I know how hard it's been for you. They never wanted to accept you. Black. You see that brother down there looking up the ceiling? And white, they're easier. The blacks, never, never. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the truth tonight. He said, Nina, keep on working till they open up the door. You know who you are, and you know you either been here or you never been here before. Don't make no difference. And when they open up the door, make sure you tell them where it's at, so they'll have no other place to hide behind all them strange hats. So I'm gonna leave you with the blues. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. There's been times that I thought I couldn't last too long. Hallelujah.
I'm able to carry on. I know it's been a long, oh yeah, a long time coming, but change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Let me just say it one more time. La da 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 la la da da la la da da la 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 da la da da la 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 da. It winds up knocking me back out of my body. Oh, but God, and I thought I couldn't last for long, but I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming. The change don't come. No, yes it will.
Read about the flood. A long time ago. Little country town. Said way back in the east. Two below Mississippi. Friday evening, a dark cloud rose. Started raining. It rained and it rained. Both night and day. People of Tupelo begin to get worried. So Lord have mercy. Who can be turned to now? Women and children screaming and crying, saying, Lord, have mercy. What can we do now? I never will forget that day. Little town, Tupelo, Mississippi. It rained both night and day. People of Tupelo have rain, 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 oh, night and day. Mm-hmm.
Now's the time for a bite of cheer. A tasty light where the price is right. Well, look at here, you'll dig this sight. The moment's handy for a piece of candy. Just name your brand, they're all so grand. Hey, what do you think of a nice cool drink? Or a big box filled with a popcorn thrill? Let's taste what's neat with an ice cream treat. Refresh yourself, it's time to eat. So come on, folks, let's join the band as we all head for the refreshment stand.
Hungry? There's plenty of time before the picture starts to visit our snack bar. You're always sure of freshly popped, delicious popcorn. So tender it melts in your mouth. What a treat! The best popcorn you ever tasted. Round and round goes the wheel of candy refreshment, and where it stops is up to you. Whatever your choice, you win every time. Hamburgers? Say no more. Our hamburgers are the tastiest, most satisfying you've ever eaten. Fine beef and the best of cooking make them just great. How's about a cup of coffee? Here's a cup of our coffee. You've never tasted more delicious coffee. Fresh brewed, hot and satisfying.
Over there.
Over where?
Over there.
Over here?
No, over there.
Over there.
The warehouse is in danger, the goodies we must save. All officers report at once, the situation's grave. Go get 'em, boys, for goodness sake. The culprits must be stopped. We'll make the scene with our siren, Arizona pop as pop. Aha! The guilty ones are trapped, we've now performed our mission. But the climax isn't kept until we have an intermission.
Here are 6 safety hits to keep in mind whenever you drive. Fasten your seatbelts before you start. Check your brakes. Make sure your brake lights, turn signals, and headlights are working properly. Maintain 1 car interval for each 10 miles of speed. Avoid panic stops. Drive within the posted speed limits.
Let's play that street. Da 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 da. Oh, you're it. No, I'm not. Come on. I'm it. 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's treat. 4, that's 5, that's 6, that's treat. 7, that's 8, that's 9, that's treat. That's treat chocolate drink. Oh, that's treat chocolate drink, please. That's treat drink so good. I want some. Me too. Everybody loves it. So good. It's good hot
or cold.
Mom and Dad love it. So, get that treat chocolate drink at the snack bar now.
this way, just step right into the greatest show on earth. In the center ring, our top attraction, your money's worth. Come see the dancing elephants, the biggest thing on wheels. Ah, the little boy's first circus. I wonder how it feels. With wonder does this magic land fill his whitened eyes. Look now, there the zebras. This show's a real surprise. The polar bears arrive on cue. On bikes they sally forth. They're mighty cool, but then it's true. They're from the frozen north. And now the clowns will stop the show with your most kind permission. A rocket blast so you will know it's time for intermission.
All kinds of candy. Sparkling soft drinks. Hot popcorn, just pop. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
Our ice cream's nutritious and the soda's delicious. Try some today. We are the Intermission Quartet. Some quartet. We sell refreshments at the Met. At the Met? So if you should want to get delicious ice cream, soft drink, popcorn, candy. Candy, I like candy. It tastes just dandy and comes in handy when I fight the bull. The popcorn's puffy, so crisp and fluffy. We all eat popcorn until we're full. Oh, how I love the soft drinks here. They taste as good as the lager beer. And now our operetta ends. We'll have an intermission, friends.
For your convenience, we have an attractive snack stand with a parade of items to tempt your taste. Buttered popcorn, golden good and hot from the popper, sizzling hot dogs, cradled in fresh, fluffy buns, ice cream treats and other good things to eat, plus ice-cold Coca-Cola. So bright, so bracing with the taste and tingle all its own. Pause and refresh with a Coke at our snack stand. Right now.
Every day. Oh, we ride in the rodeo, roping steers and busting broncos, and we haven't had a bite to eat since dawn. We are hungry and we're dragging, but here comes the old chuck wagon with the fiddles that we long for. Bring her on!
Now, I'm the U.S. Marshal. To soft drinks, I am partial.
And this popcorn's good.
My gosh, I say it be.
We like 'em, lick 'em, ice cream, and this ice cream, very nice cream.
You buy 'em,
and you try 'em,
and you see.
Now it's time for intermission, so let's all hit the trail and gather round the sweet bar where these goodies are on.
Visit us often and enjoy our screen attractions in the comfort of your own car. When you drive home tonight, please remember to drive carefully.
It's showtime.
I'm Brad Smith. I'm an artist and I do specialize in large-scale murals, or really any size murals. I started when I was 15, I'm 58 this year, so I've been doing this my whole life. All my people are out there, thanks for joining us. Today I'm going to work on the Corona canvas. I'm doing a daily canvas. I'm painting a giant mural about what happens every day during the coronavirus. Cameron said, why don't you just let me film it? I go, okay. And we started it, and now all of a sudden, thousands of people watch it every week.
All right, we are live. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming over. I'm Brad. I'm Cameron.
Working with my son Cameron is almost unbelievable. We have such a easygoing time of it because this is all we've done his whole life. It's just hung out together. He's always hung out with me while I'm painting in the studio.
I see we have a lot of our good friends joining us, and I thank y'all for coming. It really does feel like y'all are joining us in the studio. It's a total hoot.
It's his idea, and he's a professional filmmaker. So he comes up with all these ideas, and he'll wake up and he'll say, you know, I was thinking, maybe we should do a spin on a Three's Company ad for your ad this week. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this. And he directs me. And it's just incredible because we're piling art mediums on top of each other. It's so cool. I can't tell you how fulfilling it is. A year ago, February, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. It was stage 4 when she got diagnosed, and everything became very real. You know, we live over here in this imaginary bubble of everything's fantastic, like a couple old hippies. When stuff like that happens and it's that real, everything gets super real, and it did. She passed in February, and is just, you know, you have to keep going. She begged me to just keep going, keep going. She said, you know, you can't give up now. I can't wait until you guys start working together, and here we are. So we feel like her grace every day. We like interacting with y'all, throwing ideas in there. When we do the live show, people are on the emails writing in and telling me, hey, you ought to name it this, hey, throwing ideas. And my cousins are all in it. Our fans are all in these paintings. It's so awesome because it's interactive.
Actually, it looks between a yellow oxide and orange.
She's noticed the oxide in there. That's how we made it darker. She's right. It just brings us all together. It's like we've got 2,000 people in here while I'm painting. This mural is actually depicting Oak Cliff in the sunset. The first painting, Corona Canvas 1, was actually downtown Dallas and where it came in North Dallas. And in that one, Big Tex is saving the day from the corona because he's not getting infected. And the icons at Fair Park, it really gave me an excuse to just focus on Dallas. And the mayor of Burleson came over and he suggested I do a building that had a drive-through voting because everything's drive-through, so why wouldn't we vote drive-through? It's cheesy and it's fun, but you know, I want to add levity. Everybody's suffering, I think, from just being stuck in the house. I'm like, man, let us entertain you.
Bradley Smith, what's going up here?
Okay, this is what's left of the blue sky, so it looks like Corona Canvas 1. This will join it together with that same sky.
My ultimate excitement is when they get to go down to the gallery at Shipping and Receiving, they see their idea in the painting. You know, we're all going through this together. I don't care who you are. We're all going through a weird time right now. I'm trying to take pieces of it and show it to people like, can you believe this is happening right now?
So now we're back in the Safe Space Studios with the Corona Canvas.
An artist's job is to document their life. And it's just the most beautiful thing because we're not talking about politics or how different we are. We're talking about art. And if people get some wisdom out of it, I'm cool with that.
Everybody, so sorry we are not in the safe space. Okay, where's our hair and makeup lady?
Whoa.
As you can tell from the Fox 4 piece,
Frankenstein.
nobody actually really cares around here, neither of us. Okay.
Okay, that's
Okay, everyone calm down, everyone calm down. So thank you for watching the...
Anyway, I'm Brad.
I'm Cameron, the son of this guy who did all this nonsense.
And he's doing
I wasn't
all this
at his
nonsense.
I wasn't at his hair, I was at the painting. But anyway. So thanks to Chris for
Chris Ivy over at Fox 4 that aired this morning.
And if you're watching in at least to Dallas, local to Dallas, DFW area, you'll be able to see it tonight on their 10 o'clock broadcast as well.
Yeah. So that was cool. Cameron and I used to go on the Good Day show when he was a little kid. You know, would paint backdrops for the show, and they just created this show and they did a commercial. And Chris Ivy is the guy who directed it. And
20 years ago.
20 years ago, and it won a bunch of Emmys and stuff, but it was me and their painting and all this.
Chris, you still have some of your trash hooked to our ceiling in the Safe Space studio.
Yeah,
left from 20 years ago, so...
Because in the old days...
Come on, Chris.
They would have to black out the windows because it affected the film weird, and I could never reach this one piece of plastic that was on one of the sunlights, so...
there we go.
Nice hair.
I'll join you.
So I did notice on...
Like father, like son, as
Anyway,
they say.
staying on topic here, Chris came out for the last couple of weeks. If y'all watch the show much, you realize that there's been a guy with a camera, a really nice film camera, by the way, coming around us.
He was supposed to take a shot, so hopefully you all got hammered whenever you saw him.
If you saw him. Yeah, that's
He's
part
not
of
here
our
today.
drinking game, and y'all, it's 3 in the afternoon, so what else are y'all doing? I'm working today here we're in downtown Fort Worth,
Yes,
Texas.
we're not at the Safe Space Studios today.
This is the Safe Space Gallery at Shipping and Receiving.
It's actually called the Tilt Gallery, but since you're the only one that has any art right now up in here, it is the Safe Space. It's the Corona Gallery.
Right now it's the Corona
Well, actually,
Gallery.
that's probably not good because people are going to think
they can't come anyway. But we're going to change the name. And, for right now, the Corona Canvas is here. And right now, it goes way back that way, and it's 70 feet long.
Too long.
By,
I wouldn't say that.
By 10 feet tall. And before this piece gets done, it's one piece. It's going to go that way another 20 feet. So it'll be 90. And then if there's still, we're not, you know, here in Fort Worth, we're not exactly quarantined. I mean, The safe space is about this far. Cameron's real upset about
Oh,
it.
speaking of which, let's do our routinely
We gotta do this. So,
sanitization routine.
you know, everybody got wild recently here in Texas because everything kind of opened up, and I know the numbers went up, so it was a bad idea. So we're not throwing away all caution. It's still just me and this guy, and we're doing some fun stuff. I know everybody has had a rough week or two. There's almost like a revolution happening. It's like craziness. So Cameron just wanted to pay tribute to artists that we love and that he grew up with. And something we noticed about Chris Ivy's piece on Fox 4 while he was here is that we're layering art on top of art, because Chris is a filmmaker, Cameron's a filmmaker, I'm painting. Chris, while I was here, I wanted to draw a family in the first house, the Whites, or the Smiths, in this first house. So I'm looking around, I'm like, man, I need some family to send me a picture, because this is interactive. And I'm looking at the guy.
Oh, why is that upside down?
I have no idea. Oh, I set the camera up wrong.
Hold on. I can fix it on my end. Hold on.
My bad.
Hold on.
Anyway, so I'm like, oh man, you would be perfect for this. Text me some pictures of him and his dog, and there's he and his wife Amy right there. But I accidentally called him the other day while I was painting it, and he was editing. The cool part was, while he was editing that piece y'all just saw, I was painting a portrait of he and his wife in the Smith house. It represents white folks. Anyway, they're happy. I'm going to dive into
Oblivious,
that.
some might say.
Some people are oblivious, but they got their own world going inside their own bubble, so we can't say that their bubble isn't any more relevant than anybody else's. So there's been a lot of turmoil going on, so us two privileged white guys, and I'll go ahead and say I'm privileged because I was born with natural skills passed down in my DNA. So my whole life I've been able to walk up to people and they'll shake my hand because I'm an average white boy, and they'll listen to my pitch. So 50% of the time they say, yeah, I'll hire you to do a mural in my new restaurant. And that is something I recognize.
Not
even
everyone
if I have this hair going.
Especially if he has that hair going.
Yeah, they'll even talk to me with this hair.
Not everyone is afforded that opportunity. So,
right. So my African American friends, and some even, sometimes I feel like an outsider, but they totally do. They never even get the meeting. They don't even get through town without it being happy.
Sometimes feel like an outsider. They are always treated like an outsider. Anyway, we don't want to. We don't want to be
Pat preach today or anything.
No, we don't want to be two white guys talking about something we don't. I mean, we have empathy for their situation, but we'll never fully understand it. So we don't want to be preachy about it. But we do want to open up dialogue. If anybody in the comments wants to talk to us, ask us any questions about our experiences
as white dudes,
as white guys.
Not that anybody cares
with our privilege. Yeah, not that
everybody really already hears enough from white people, and this is about them. That's why Cameron doubled down on the awesome art we get from our African American black brothers.
There's I was listening to a podcast last night. He was talking. He said he was telling a story about how the main guy, the creator of this podcast, he was like, yeah, I was in New Orleans doing a tour, like a regular history tour. This one happened to be a kind of a realistic historical one. This was in New Orleans, did I say that? Anyway, he and his family, it was him and his wife, or his girlfriend and his girlfriend's parents, so it was 4 white people, and the entire crowd was African American people. Well, he said he didn't know if they were all from America, but black people. But they were all very, very courteous, and the tour host was like, I'm going to let you leave right now because it's going to get really uncomfortable because we're telling the actual history of what happened here. And they were like, no, we want to learn the history because this is something that as white people, especially in like the South and schools, we're not really taught about. So as an example of that specifically, the tour butted up against one of the other tours, one of the real family-friendly tours, and they were like, and here's the square where the slaves on Sundays would come down, and because they didn't work on Sundays, they would come down and give each other food and play music, and all the white people joined in and all that. But what the actual reality was is because they didn't work on Sundays, the slave owners didn't feed them on Sundays. So the only way that they could actually feed themselves was by going and then bringing food to the other people that might not have food, the other slaves that might not have food, and it was a total support system. And that was something that we have totally whitewashed. And anyway, there's so much about a culture that has lived alongside us that we are 100% ignorant about, and it's kind of criminal that we are so ignorant about our own histories and our own. I think we like to play the Iggy because it's, obviously it's awkward to talk about, but we need to know these things. So if anyone out there has, artists of color.
Well, what we do is make art. So what I want to do today is kind of talk about the context of where we're at today and this week or whatever, and just try to see if we can make some art and have a fun conversation. And I'm so ADD, I can't help but make jokes, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I either lose my train of thought or I make something inappropriate about.
I have my maraca this week, so if the shot list is ready.
This is you hear that sound? It's time to drink. I'm going to work. My assistant Mike is going to show up. The first house I'm going to paint is the White family. We'll get into that. We're going to call them the Smiths because Cameron and I are the Smiths, average white dudes, and we don't want to be the dudes that talk about being the first white dudes that were woke. But
we're not giving ourselves props for being woke or anything, so we don't want to.
I'm just very observant. We're observant because we are artists.
If anybody out there wants to come on and talk, we can totally Skype you in.
Yeah. Let us know your experience of what's going on. We're going to try not to sound moronic. If we can have some fun, that'd be cool. Cameron's got some stuff loaded up, I'm sure, some music videos and stuff we can break to.
Little Burleson of all places had a Black Lives Matter protest just yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, it was yesterday, and I went down there and filmed and kind of made a little piece about that, little yokel Old Town Burleson. We're not going to show that right now. We'll do that here in a little bit, but stay tuned because that's a nice little piece. It was super, super peaceful, and it was in coordination with the police, exercising our rights. But
and let me just speak about that real quick, not to be awkward or weird, because I know we don't want to hear what a white guy thinks, but we lived in Burleson, and there was really only about 2 African American, maybe 3 African American.
This is in the 90s, whenever I was
lived here. So they just so happened. One of my best friends, of course, doesn't sound like that traditional
He's
white
super
guy.
woke, y'all.
Super woke hipster artist.
Super woke man.
But my friend Butch lived right behind me this whole time since I lived there in Burleson for 29 years. And he was like the 3rd African American family, and he was a truck driver, and we became just like best friends. I mean, we hang out across the fence every Sunday and talk for hours. I mean, he is so cool, and he happened to be from Chicago, which is also where I was born. But we live out in the country, so every time Butch's dog would get out, they'd come and call me, and they'd come up to my door and bring the dog back to me to give to my friend. And they would often use
the other neighbors, they not being Butch's family. Yeah.
No, but the other white dudes would come up to me and say, "Hey, would you tell that N-word to keep his dog chained up or locked up?"
Meanwhile, the only dog I've ever been attacked by was not his dog. Obviously, his dog was a sweetheart, but
it was another neighbor.
It was another neighbor who
offered to kill it after it bit Cameron. Cameron's like, "No, don't kill it."
Redneck white guy, but anyway.
Anyway, so my point is that we all kind of have experiences involved in this. I used to tell them when they'd come and say that, you go tell him that. And they'd be like, well, here's his dog anyway. And they'd, they'd come back a year or two later if his dog got out or if any reason they had to bitch and complain. So that's one of my own stories.
As he leans back into the white light like an angel. Like a woke angel.
I'm a woke
He's a white savior
angel
here.
with a very horrible haircut. It almost looks like I'm going bald. But to be fair, I'm just saying I'm a white man living in a white man's society, and we get that. So don't think that we have anything consequential to say here today. But my second house I'm going to paint is the black family that I'm...
So not only are they statistically being hit by COVID more drastically because they were for reasons, but they also are having to deal with the civil unrest as well. So it's kind of doubly impactful, and that's what the second house here represents.
Yes, and as you'll
While
see,
the white people are completely oblivious.
I'm going to get into that after I finish the White House, because I want to talk about the stereotypes on our stuff. So I'm going to dive into that. Is there anything else we need to go over?
No.
Welcome any new viewers.
Well, if anybody's
comment.
new, that's about as woke as this thing's going to get. So don't tune out if that,
Many of our
turns
fans
you off.
ordered one of our Corona Canvas prints.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
Got
good.
those.
That's good. So if you want to order a print,
or one of these.
Okay,
cool
well, yeah.
shirts.
If you want to go, let's first do merch.
Okay,
So merch. There's these kind of T-shirts,
Painted
splatter
shirts
shirts
that
with paint
come
from the
my
Corona
studio.
canvas.
Yes,
You
those
can.
are available.
Where is it? There you go.
We were supposed to get a box full of new ones that I can paint.
It's
in,
probably at the house now.
But they weren't ready. They weren't delivered out to us. But
I mean, they are, but not by the time we had to leave the house. So they might be there when we get back. But anyway,
that does support us. We're still trying to find some canvas. The canvas suppliers haven't opened up, so it's been a real trouble. I'm going to run out and buy some that I found. It's going to be already seamed up, but I'll take it. Who cares? Right at this point, I'm just piecing this canvas here. Is probably 20 pieces together. All
but we didn't actually get to say the plug. So go to
sorry.
threadtats.com/BradSmithArt. You can get some Dickies shirts. They can also do hats if you want them to.
Yeah, my dad worked at Dickies when he was 15, and it's
And
in Fort
t-shirts.
Worth. And so we love Dickies merchandise. I've done some illustrating for them, and they're right down the street here in our neighborhood. Same place my dad used to work at when he was a young kid. So we're very loyal to those guys, and are proud to have them on our, involved in our merchandise.
But and if you want to order prints, you can go to bradsmithart.com. I need to type up a thing for that. But all of these are available in the link. You can also just send us a virtual tip if you don't want to spend, however much money. You can just send us a tip. Just check out the description for the links to everything, and help us keep the show on the road, as they say.
Yeah, and I wish I'd gotten those hipster hats that we've created. Em and I got on the texting, and she picked out some cool as hats that I should have gotten, or my hair wouldn't have looked so bad. But so look for that. She's probably got pictures of it up. Emma at Thread Tats, and I'm gonna get busy, y'all. What else we got? Anything? Oh, any ideas? Please send them in, because I want to get.
This is an
busy
interactive
with
show.
everybody.
As
Please
you
come
can
on.
tell from the Fox 4 video, this is interactive. If you have ideas,
I'm
so
gonna slip
angelic.
back
y'all.
into my white world
It's white void.
and see what I come up with.
If there's anything that we've learned over the last week and a half, is that we all live in a white void, and he's making it more apparent as the day goes on here. So,
this is our bubble. Welcome to it for the day.
if you have any ideas, there's a couple more spaces.
Safe spaces.
There's a couple of safe spaces in the White House here that we can do.
The White House. I'm calling it the White House.
You actually already did. You said that earlier. That's
I know, but I was thinking about changing it to the Smiths so it can be our house. But as you can see, this is Oak Cliff, so if anybody's watching from Oak Cliff, please send me some photos. I'll put your family in there. If you have a weird story, if you want to say something and Cameron vibes with it, he'll tell me about it, and then I'll jump on, and you won't believe it. It'll be in the painting. today, and when this place opens up, y'all can come and see it. How about that? Free ticket if your family's in one of these windows. So, any ideas out there? I'm ready.
Make it happen.
Let's do this thing.
All right.
Okay.
So why don't you head over there, all the way over there, and then walk us through what we have going. Let's see. Hold on. Let me unmute you, and let's go to cutting to our reporter over at the Corona Canvas.
Hello over here, this is El Brado, and I'm at this moment witnessing the portrait making of Amy and Chris. They are beautiful white people, and they're very happy. Of course they have a beautiful chocolate lab. Lovely people also live in Ferguson. Something funny about those guys. Chris and I worked together 20 years ago, but he went on to become a pretty big rock star. Had his own band and touring and everything, so we kind of lost contact. And it turned out he lived in Burleson the whole time. He was right down the street. I'm like,
5 minutes away.
5 minutes from my studio. I'm like, dude, if you ever think, you know, I went to that guy's studio and we painted a mural that was on TV and won me an Emmy. And
now he can't stop bothering us, Chris.
Somebody's got all these cool murals all over town. It never dawned on him. He's been over there. So that's just. But they're super cool, and I want everybody to know that they live in a beautiful home and they're happy, but they also have a story. As happy as they are when they see my hair look this bad, they're embarrassed for me. So at this moment, if y'all are watching, I apologize. Somebody put a camera right on my shoulder. Anyway,
I'd like to shout out to our loyal viewers, Kay, Sherry, and Dana. Sharon, thank you for watching. Back to the Chronocam.
Okay. If you can. I can actually hear Cameron this week, because last week I was across the studio and we couldn't hear each other. So I would talk, it was a horrible situation.
We can actually hear each other from now, although he is behind me. There we go.
All right, everybody.
Might be on. We'll see.
So if you're painting at home, I'm back to using a microphone on a stand, so you should be able to hear the art direction I'm giving.
We have the in-ears as well, but I figured since the computer is actually going to be pretty close, we might as well just use the actual microphone. And since he's going to be pretty localized to the White House, we're not going to have to. Oh, you know what we should do at the White House? We should build a fence. You know, like they did at the White House.
Now that's interactive.
Like a guard dog fence.
Let me go ahead and do that. Chris, I'm sorry. I think I'll move on to something else and detail your house later. Chris actually now has a beard. Of course, he sent me a picture that was 10 years old.
A beard, not a beard.
Beard. He's not weird at all. He's a little ADD. What artist is he? Anyway. So, in fact, that's a good idea. What are you thinking? Should I put a fence all along?
Well, you saw the fence that Trump put up, right?
I didn't see that. If you can find a picture.
Yeah, let me find a picture. Cool. I'll find a picture for you and for the audience.
Okay, I will move this camera. I hope it doesn't
I wish you wouldn't.
Doesn't have a cord.
Are you moving the camera?
I'm moving the camera over here to where I'm going to draw the fence. Just show me a picture of what Trump did.
Alright. I wish you hadn't moved it, but okay. Let's see. White House fence. So, well, I mean, Trump finally got his border wall that he's been complaining about.
Around the White House?
Yeah. It's a 2-mile fence around the White House that they put up.
Oh, okay. Let me put some road barriers first.
Road barriers. Roadblocks.
Roadblocks.
So let me know if it's... I mean, there's a lot of reverb in this room. I don't want it to sound... I think I'm far enough away that it just sounds like reverb and not as much as echoey as it was, like double talk. If there's 2 of us, let me know. I'll start muting the microphones individually. But Bradley Smith, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get some paint so I can just
draw in the road block thing.
Okay.
So once I get the paint going,
There's actually 3 houses, and the third one we'll save for next week, I guess.
oh, well, I want to say if I have enough strength, I want to do it this evening. I don't know how.
I don't know. Well, I think we're probably more worried about the light in here than the strength.
Okay. That's what you're worried
We're
about.
looking up feet of strength.
Okay.
That's a Robin Hood Men in Tights reference, y'all. Okay, where'd you go? Where's the Corona?
Okay, are you ready for this?
Yes.
Can you see what? Oh, I'm right away. Look at that, y'all.
Look at that. You're not a camera
shot.
There we go.
Look, anybody can see.
That was a nice dolly shot, though. That was cool.
Yeah, no kidding. There's Molly and what's her brother's name? Clark.
Clark Gable and
they're
Molly
already
Ringwald.
outside the fence, so I don't know how that's going to work. You know those kids. Now, one thing about drawing, if you're drawing at home.
All right, I gotta go change this shot.
Cameron, can you hear me?
Yes, I just have to change. Wait, actually, I don't know. Can anyone hear?
Can anyone see that?
Does anyone care?
Okay, you're the camera guy.
I know, but you moved so far away from the microphone.
Ooh, who can hear me?
This is why you weren't supposed to do this. But
no, I know. I'm very familiar with things I'm not supposed to do.
There we go.
Okay, I only look a little bit awkward. Anyway.
Well, you can't change the way God made you.
With making art, you want to draw it through, so I'm not just drawing the side you see, I'm drawing the back side too, because I want to make sure it fits into the space overall, as well as has some bulk to it. You don't want it to look skinny. This thing is a roadblock that President Trump put up on the White House. This happens to be a white family who just happened to live on a street.
Sharon loves your shirt.
Oh, awesome.
One day we're gonna have a little family reunion, and it's gonna be nothing but Brad Smith paint shirts.
Yeah, that would be creepy.
Oh, we got a review from Arwen, who received her print.
Oh, what'd she say?
Let me find it. Hold on. Let's see. I'm gonna cut to. Here we go. Okay, so Arwen says. She says she loves it. Sam loves it, and loves the bonus print that was included just for him, and also the little sketches that you threw in there. But also he said, wow, it really does look like me. But she's in the middle of hanging it now, so she will send us a picture. I think she's watching, but she's going to send us pictures whenever she gets it hung up on the wall.
Wow, that's cool, man. See, you order product from us, I get to personalize it because I have, sorry about the belly, y'all, sorry about the belly. But I want to personalize it, you know? So that everybody, it comes from my studio when I sign those prints, so it's in my hands. I throw in loose sketches and stuff, and that is so much fun. That's why artists are starving all over the place, because we have a great bunch of fun giving that stuff away. It comes out of your hands for free. So your instinct tells you it's, you know, it's not really about.
And it's a good way to reduce clutter, to be honest, so.
But I'm just saying it's fun to give stuff away when you can, and I got so many sketches lying around there. I throw them in the copier we've got at the house, or I take them down to Pico's or whatever, and I'll copy them out and send them to clients when they buy stuff. You know, it's just fun, man. That's one of the cool things about having a modern, contemporary way of doing an art show. Can you hear me, Cam?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is that the rules are different now. Since I can't get y'all to come down right now, I'm bringing you in just like our musician friends were doing with all of their playing. We're bringing you into our world for a minute, and it's probably a world that y'all don't even realize we exist in out here. We're out here doing this stuff every day. So
And
like,
as such, I continuously forget to do the self-promotion thing. If you are enjoying this broadcast, please share, comment, like, please share the feed so that we can get some more viewers out there, so it's not just a little echo chamber here. Yeah, that'd be helpful. Super helpful for us.
Now, if you're painting at home, what you may have just seen is me painting in those blocks, but I'm painting it over some green grass and adding shadows because the sun is setting. Painting it over green grass?
No, but there's a lyric. It's about going over green grass. It doesn't matter. All the hipsters out there know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So I'm blocking up the White House here, but I'm going ahead and switching. Oh, that wasn't enough green. I'm switching colors real quick.
Talk about, for those that are new, talk about the tools you use here.
I can't hear you, my man.
For those that are new, talk about the tools that you use.
Okay, anybody that's a coffee fiend like my wife and I were and are, you get these creamers and you sit around and drink coffee and you pour this in here, and before you know it, you've got a bunch of these sitting around. If you peel the labels off, all of a sudden I can put my paint in here and pour right out of the lid just like it's creamer in a cup. It's so much neater. I can do anything. My assistant, I tell him to grab that darker green. He grabs 2 or 3 of these. He's like, which one? I got that one. He puts it on the wall. It's done. It's like no fuss, no muss. So save these plastic things. And these, I just bought these brand new little pallets that I buy at City Market over in Burleson. 2 for $3. They went up 50 cents or something, but whatever the math is on that. But I used to buy them for $1 a piece. Now they're 2 for $3, but they're so worth it. You don't have to. I've been using the same ones for years. I don't know how they're keeping them on the shelves, but it's a fantastic thing.
Just so everyone knows, by coffee fiend he means creamer fiend with a couple of drops of caffeine.
Oh well, I've got to get it. I can't drink it too hot because I need to drink it right now while I'm on break. I don't have all day to wait for this stuff. So I like to slam a couple of cups of coffee, get that sugar caffeine buzz, get back to work, take a few minutes. When you're brainstorming all day, you gotta change what you're doing, change your mentality for a minute. Nothing better than coffee to do that. So I'm gonna add a little yellow now because I put that darker blue behind here because anytime you're gonna have a shadow, you're gonna have blue in it. And you don't always want to put black. You want to save the color black until you get to the darkest point where you want real drama. Not the kind of drama we're seeing in Minnesota, but I'm talking about color.
That's a different kind of black drama.
Yeah.
That's the kind that's a lot more important than this.
Yes. So, let me add a little bit of yellow to this. Again, another creamer bottle. I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to that and try to represent the sky coming in over here on the edge of the grass.
What guy?
The sky.
What guy? You're going to kiss a guy?
No, that's an old Zeppelin song.
That's a Jimi Hendrix song, thank you.
My sister asked me why when I was singing a Jimi Hendrix song, why I wanted to kiss a guy. I'm like, no, it's kiss the sky. I think it has something sort of mean reference, Anyway, so if you can see, I put some green in there because I want to bring these bushes forward a little bit. Of course, in the White House, bushes are fantastic.
I'm not sure what happened to the big fence idea, but.
And the gardener probably lives in the third house down the way. Now I'm doing this in a demographic way, so I'm being completely objective and fair. I do not belong to any political party, nor would they have me. So I'm going to go ahead and look at this as objectively as possible and paint what I see as maybe my neighborhood or my perspective in this part, okay? Cameron and I are very white. Cameron more so than me because I spend a lot of time outside painting paintings.
I spend a lot of time in the edit bay in front of a computer.
Drinking Dr. Pepper and eating brownies. For those of you who have watched the show.
I need some brownies. Did you say brownie?
He's an eating machine. So he moved in with me after my wife passed to help me get familiar with the internet. And man,
He still doesn't know how to turn a computer on.
this is taking it a little far after the whole Fox 4 Corona campus story. I mean, who never knew it could go this far? Anyway, so these bushes, don't you all agree? Can anybody see this? I don't know if anybody can see it. Because I know I can. I think that's about right.
Do you know a Mike Culpepper?
Mike Culpepper, sure, yeah. Absolutely.
He says looks like fun.
He says what?
It looks like fun.
Oh, it's a blast.
Cheryl Allen is also here.
Oh, Cheryl, we're going to Detroit for the 4th of July, staying at Cheryl, my cousin's house.
And
I
Aaron,
finally get to meet my long-lost aunt, Nina, who my father and her were separated at childhood and put into foster care, so he never could find her while he was alive. But my wife and he put out a message probably 20 years ago looking for her on the internet when they first had like sites you could go to do such things about genealogy. And Cheryl Allen found us, and now we have a whole family in Michigan we've never met, including my aunt who is a lifelong artist. So this art thing, it only proves, like I've always said, that this runs deep in our roots and our DNA. My mom's family, her great-grandma was an art teacher and a very progressive woman that would organize people and hired buses to take people to vote for the suffrage, help the suffrage movement. It makes you kind of proud to think about all that. So while we're talking about slavery, I was talking to my mom and I didn't have any sense of why I'm so passionate about it because I was really upset this week. I had I barely go on Facebook and comment on political stuff, A, because I don't have time, and B, because I don't want to argue with people, man. I got a cheese life going here. I get to go just do my own thing and get in my own head. But a couple people really got on my case and acted like I was being spoon-fed because I'm caring for the black man, or I'm offended by the violence against black people, or that I might actually think Colin Kaepernick did the right thing by kneeling. Even
well, the NFL did just say that they admitted that they were wrong to not listen to him. So
yeah,
you're
I mean,
a good
come
company,
on, y'all, man. Just listen. Quit talking so much and please just listen. I'm an artist. I sit and listen to everybody, and that's how I make my art. I get that opportunity, and nobody's story is any more important than anybody else's, So just listen to this stuff, y'all. I'm not trying to be preachy here. I'm just saying, come on. Anyway,
it costs absolutely nothing to shut up and listen to somebody else. Take it from someone that talks for 6 hours straight for a living, I guess.
Yeah, one dude told me being a liberal was a mental illness. Another dude told me on Facebook, I'm like, oh my God, don't waste my time with your ignorance. I mean,
y'all, there are so many people that just because a protest might be happening in a road, that's so insensitive to the fact that they need to get to Applebee's or to H-E-B that they are going to run them over.
Yeah, that's bad.
Come on, y'all. And they say these things like they act as though the internet isn't coming from your mouth, like as if it's not you standing in the public square saying these things. It is. Your name is associated with the things you say.
I'm a very white liberal, and apparently I'm spoon-fed.
He's Harry Carey right now.
One guy told me I'm spoon-fed, and I can say there's one thing I am not spoon-fed because my mom taught me about
We go through a lot of spoons in the house. Oh, that's not what you mean? Oh.
My mama always taught me to walk in another man's shoes. So maybe I borrow shoes.
Many shoes from different
No, but
adult white men.
no, but I'm just saying if you metaphorically do that, I guess it makes you a liberal or have mental disorder or something. Which I do have ADD, but I find
That's not
that
a disorder.
I
don't know how they did.
Anyway, while I'm so white, I'm going to go ahead and preach to y'all a little bit about my whiteness. Anybody? Look at that. It's
That's
not a
pretty
hood,
crazy.
y'all. It looks like I got a hood on.
Yikes.
Yikes. Oh,
it's not covering your face. Your face is still. No, actually,
I'm
it's
going
it's
with
a
an
little
Andy
bit...
Warhol thing
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
it's a little David Lynchy.
I'm very David Lynchy.
And it's also making your hair look a lot more gray than it actually is.
Yeah. Going for the senior look. Maybe
Senior
I'll
look.
finally get
Maybe you'll
released from the
maybe you'll
COVID.
still be able to eat at the Golden Corral.
Golden Corral discount. Thank you.
The Lubies. Oh yeah.
Lubies. Yes. I don't even think they have those anymore. Though. I wish they did. I love a
You've
good
been an old
buffet.
man for a very long time.
I do think the Corona Coronavirus, I keep mixing those because I'm so caught up in what Cameron's doing with the Corona Canvas. Then, I'm sorry, I jumped the ship. This is my ADD kicking in, y'all. I'm sorry.
He's playing. This is not what would John Wick do? Come on.
Oh, Cameron got a new chair, by the way, and I just got paint on it.
You got paint on my chair? That's all right.
carrying a paintbrush. What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you carrying a paintbrush?
Let me go
my
back.
arm was right there.
I know. I almost got it on your suit. Okay, let me go back to this.
Please order a print or order some merch or give us a tip because he's destroying all of my nice things. And I can't stand it. Can't stand it. I'm infuriated. I'm gonna get him. Wait, what was it? Take a shot, wet on wet. Jeff Smith says, say happy birthday to Carrie.
Carrie Smith. Oh,
sorry,
happy
Wayne.
birthday, Care. KJ. Oh,
I accidentally muted.
I wish I had my files of photos. I would show awesome pictures of her.
Happy birthday. Take a shot. Take a shot when there's birthday. That's a new
Some of my
rule.
favorite people, Jeff and Carrie Smith. Coincidentally, my brother married a girl that lived across the street from us, and her name was Artie Smith.
It was easy, legally. Do you still have to change your name if the name is the same name, but it's a different name?
Pardon me, I can't read over it.
Do you still have to change your name if
I don't think so.
Because that Smith is a different Smith.
I know, but I think they just changed the Social Security thing. Honestly. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and, do you have that picture of Clark or did you send it to me? Could you
Of
resend
what?
it to me of Clark and Molly here in front of the White House?
Yes, this will take a second.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and paint this black fence in.
You have it on your phone. I'll do it. I'll just resend it.
I hope no one finds it offensive.
That was a fence stroke?
That was awesome there.
said that was awesome. Well, you can't say he's not a dad.
I may be a wordsmith.
He's not even doing it on camera.
Oh.
You can see what angle we're. Well, they already heard
White wordsmith. Elton John hair. Buy my merch. Let me get the.
It's more Harry Carey.
Right on the merch. Anybody?
Buy some merch. Order us. Support our show. Keep us afloat. GreatTest.com/BradSmith.
We'll work for food.
That's not true.
Oh.
Unless it's very, very good.
Our place.
But he will sign the shirt if you want, but it's got a signature paint on the Corona canvas. He'll wear it, roll around on the canvas.
Wash it before I ship it.
How do you make those shirts? With the wet on wet technique, everybody. Shirt on wet is what it's called. The shirt on wet technique.
Okay, now I'm painting over the seam. Y'all can probably see that. There's a seam right here that's really giving me a problem. I really don't like it at all.
Okay, hold on. Do you want me to text this to you or message it to you?
You want to come this way? Is that what you're saying?
Do you want me to send this to you via text or messenger?
Text, please.
Okay.
I really have no idea what he's saying most of the time.
Well, you shouldn't have moved so far away. That was not the original plan.
I'm called to where I'm called to. Anybody that can see that, that is the scene.
Can you move the camera or swivel it a little bit towards that side? There we go. Beautiful.
I'm a cameraman as well.
I taught him everything he knows.
Oh, I got your text, so I'm going to draw Clark in here real quick. Molly, I think it's Molly. First, I must match the old, shouldn't put that green that far. I gotta match that sidewalk color, which I'm guessing is sort of a chocolate brown. So I'm mixing a little red. If anybody can see this, see if this is on camera, Cam.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. I'm putting some, what's supposed to be a little brown in there.
Wayne says, if Brad's hair grows much more, he will look like Garth from Wayne's World.
Oh yeah, good reference, good reference. I wish I could remember my imitation of Garth from Wayne's World, but Cameron would get mad, so I better hold off on that. Maybe I
No, Wayne's World is classic. Wayne's World very much holds up.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No.
Oh, awesome. So I'm going to try to match this color, which is hard because I don't know what I was thinking when I painted it. Oh, okay, that's a good looking color. This is the White House. Everybody knows the White House got a new border fence this week. And I aim to show it on the White House. Do you think at the White House they'd have big black...
Vicious dogs. Vicious dogs.
How about a big black security guard?
Yep, maybe.
They
Mike's here!
Hey, Mike, go say hello to everyone.
Mike, come over here, say hi.
There's the third member of our band.
Wearing the Brad Smith art merch, the red variation of the shirt,
Mike's
my favorite.
Red, black, rock and roll colors. Go
Order
see
one of those
Big
at
Mac
threadtats.com/BradSmithArt.
Is it 420? Because Mike's here.
No, he's early actually. That's alright, there's a bathroom over there.
Oh, nice.
Hey Mike, how's it going? So what do we need Mike on today? Just various stuff? Lepage.
Huh?
What are we using Mike on today for? What are you gonna make him do?
Oh, he's gonna start putting the buildings in behind the bridge.
Mike, you're making us lunch.
Oh, you make me hungry now.
Next week, we do have a good break.
He's here to style my hair.
Well, he's got luxurious.
Like we're discussing race in America today, and I'm wearing Elton John's hair.
Now we have 3 white people talking about the plight of the African Americans. So
okay. Well, I'm wearing Liberace's hair,
and I'll be here all
More like liberal-achi.
Liberal-achi, that's a mental disorder, caring about other people. How dare you walk in their shoes? Like, gunny racial
Cheryl Allen says, I can give you a professional cut when you come up. She kind of likes it all wild and crazy like that. It's very hard to see.
It fits the stereotype of the crazy artist.
Amy
Amy
Ivy says, I think you should plant a peace sign in the yard.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, Amy, well, look at you.
Look at this interaction, y'all.
Oh, yeah, this is another layer of art, Mrs. Ivy. All right.
Alright, cool. So, yeah. Did we say what, or did we get distracted by making jokes and didn't say what Mike's actually going to be doing today? He's paying our bills. Alright, great. That's what he said, right? Paying bills. Paying our bills. Paying our bills. That's what I hear.
Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and do Amy's idea. But I want to.
Amy, you're making him even more ADD with all these good ideas. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a great start, Amy. But what I think I should do is paint it on the fence like somebody graffitied it.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know what I mean? Does anybody agree with me?
I just said yes.
Okay, you. I was talking about anybody else. You always agree with me. Okay, who's
That's not
ready?
true. I
Who's
often
ready?
disagree with you. Alright, where's it gonna go?
It's going on the fence like it's graffiti. I will try to do the peace sign and not the Mercedes.
No, I said,
logo.
but I mean like where on the fence? I need to move the camera.
Anytime I can get away with
Never
doing
mind.
a circle, I will be more than happy to.
What is it about circles that you like, Brad?
They represent a bubble that we all live in.
There's an unfinished circle outside of the shooting and receiving on the mural out there.
And anybody that can see this, sorry for interrupting, Cam.
That's alright, I'm used to it.
Anybody that can see this realizes that is supposed to be on a fence. So if I just leave it like that, it's not going to really look like it's on a fence.
Your mother suggests an American flag.
Oh yeah, hey, speaking of that, I got booked a gig to paint an American flag on a family member's, Janie Brownlee. I'm going to paint a flag on her garage door next week, Mike. We're doing that gig.
Alright.
We're going to videotape it, y'all.
We're not going to videotape it because that is outdated technology. Unless we want to go for something stylistic, which might be kind of cool. Look how white I am now.
We're going to...
Thank you. They are. Oh, I gotta show them off. They are bright and blue and suede.
Oh yeah. We call it Cam Suede shoes.
They're my Cam Suede shoes.
Hey, let's get back.
Thanks, T-Mobile.
Enough about you. Let's get back to me.
Mike's the one that was talking about it. What?
By the way, just because I was on the news does not mean I'm having a problem with my narcissism level this weekend. Okay, I just want to go ahead and clear that up.
That's okay. I can make fun of how you look and bring you back down to earth if you want. All right, everyone say your least favorite thing about his appearance to bring him back down to earth.
Okay, hey, one other thing I wanted to do before I go any further is to show that this is a fence, and if you graffitied it on the fence, it wouldn't take away the cracks between the pieces of wood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So each piece of wood is going to have some antiquing and stuff in there, so go ahead and put it in the cracks. And antique this thing. I have found that antiquing this stuff makes it so much more fun because you can totally just work it and it just gives it texture. It doesn't look like it's setting on top of it. It looks like somebody painted it right there. And in this circumstance, I'm going to put a little highlight wherever the highlight on the background is.
Mike, can you take a picture of this whole setup and the new chair and everything?
You text it to him?
Yeah. Yeah, do some socials for the Instagrams.
All right. My goal has been to have Cameron have Mike's our help.
Jeff Smith, if you want to send me an 8mm camera to film an 8mm thing, that'd be fine and dandy by me. He suggested instead of videotape, we can use an 8mm camera.
Oh, okay. I've also got a clock radio if anybody needs it.
Leifos, can you move the camera a little bit more towards that?
Towards...
Nope, wrong way. but no. Yeah, there, you gotta point it up though. Alright, let me do it. Hold on.
I had to take all the selfie.
Just gotta stop moving so much. There we go. That's a good shot.
Can you see Clark now?
Yeah. Well, you can see. It was poorly framed.
Sorry, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna take Clark real quick.
Here's Clark Kent.
Clark Kent and Molly in front of the White House. Now they are white, but that doesn't mean they live in the White House.
Sharon, you can't say nothing is wrong with Brad. That's good. He's already worried about becoming a narcissist. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, I have that concern. The only thing that brings me back down to earth is every time I'm out in public, people see my look, even without this hair,
and they recoil
and think I'm homeless.
Oh, that too.
Because of all this crap. Or one other thing they'll do, when people first meet me, if they have a superiority complex, they will, hey, painter.
Hey, painter.
Hey, painter.
You just a painter. You listen to me. I'm the one who tells ideas. You listen to me.
I never had no painter tell me what to do.
I'm the one paying your bills, painter.
So, I know bigotry.
No, don't go there.
Oh, sorry.
Laws and game.
I should say, I know disrespect. Because every time they do that, I say, hey man, I sure wish you would understand. I don't mind you calling me a painter because of course I use paint every day and it's not offensive to me at all. Some of my favorite friends are painters. But just don't say it to me like you're saying, hey, Mexican, go over here and do that.
Because they say that.
They say the same
thing
to me about the Mexicans they work for. Because I'm white.
They'll be like,
very white at this moment.
They assume that he's on their train.
On their team.
On their team of making fun of all the other races.
Even if I'm on their job site with Elton John there.
Yeah.
They'll make fun of the gays too. Especially if I have Elton John hair on.
What? Liberace? He's not gay.
Anyway.
What a manly man.
Okay,
have you seen all those rhinestones?
Cam. Okay, thank you, Cam, for the picture of Clark and Molly.
Clark Kent and Molly Ringwald.
Commence Mike, 1 minute, and I will get off of this and we'll get you going, okay? I apologize all the way around because you showed up promptly. One question I have for Mike is, are you hungry yet?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we discussing for lunch?
I don't know.
It is Saturday, and there is people on the streets. There are people on the streets. I'm sorry, Chris.
I don't know. We had pizza last time. What are you looking for now? Do they have burgers right down there?
Yeah, let's get burgers from, what's the place down the street, Cam?
I don't know.
Yes, the Bearded Lady. It's the hippest hipster of hip places in the neighborhood. And I'm buying this week, Mike, because you bought last week.
Because I am fully aware that you have already eaten lunch.
Is it almost our 4:15 break?
Yes, it is. It's probably past 4:15.
No, it's 4:06.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I'm taking Clark right here, and I think Mike's got an idea that he's already hungry. And El Dorado has not eaten but a little tiny...
You ate a whole pork chop.
No, remember the cat died when I got up to
You got a little tiny slit. He got a little tiny
I
sliver.
wouldn't call a meal simple a whole pork chop. That's like feeding a
You're not wrong.
crayon to a baby. I mean, it's not enough.
You're not wrong.
Anyway, I don't know how it is like feeding a crayon to a baby, but that's what came up.
Hey, Chris is in the chat.
Who?
Chris.
Hey, Chris, my brother. Skype in and talk about your film, would you?
He says, long time no see.
Tell him to Skype in, please.
You just did.
Oh, he heard
You're on
that.
microphone. That's how microphones work, Bradley.
Okay, I don't know the rules.
Look how... Now I'm the angel. Look at this.
Quit being so angry, man.
Quit
You're
being so
angry liberal.
angelic, everybody.
Yeah.
You can't even see my
Why don't you get a
Constitution
sign and
tie.
march a little or something, man?
says, I got a tie that's it's a silk tie that's the Constitution. I love the Constitution.
All right, Clark's coming along.
Is Clark a ghost there, or is that just like a base coat of his skin tone? Good to know. Good to know. See, y'all. Even if he's about 15 feet away, and he still can't hear anything I'm saying.
I can't hear you right now, Cam, but I will say this to you. Clark is wearing a yellow shirt. Can anybody see the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's my hair and makeup lady?
You forgot to pay her.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Order some merch at Fred Tat so we can pay the hair and makeup lady.
Yeah.
Order a print at bradsmithart.com or give us a tip. Information in the description below.
Cameron, one thing I wish you would do for me is beg for money more. That's what I think about every night. I'm like, I wish that dude would just beg for money from people more.
I'm begging. I'm not begging for you. I'm begging for the hair and makeup lady.
I wish they would wear my smelly old painting clothes. You think they'll give me money for that?
Do you think anybody will buy my old clothes from me? They're messy. They're really dirty, and I sweat in them a lot. So, does that add extra artistic integrity, or?
Yeah, well, you know, we have starving artist rules here, where there's no starving allowed. So you make deals. If you can sell your clothes, then sell them.
Buy our merch. It comes with Brad Smith official DNA. That's on the commercial, right? That's the marketing slogan.
Now here's how ridiculous the art world has become. Of course, Andy Warhol and some of his people would pee on in other things onto their canvases, and they would be worth more because their DNA is in there, including blood and whatever. And during the AIDS epidemic, it was really controversial. But y'all, I'm going to go ahead and stick with paint instead of bodily fluids other than my sweat. The sweat and the brush hairs off of my brush do make it a little cooler. But that's all I'm giving you. Okay? Cameron's the only one with the real DNA of mine.
Have you ever considered taking some brown acrylic paint and then using that instead of, what is it, Just for Men?
Are you saying I'm going bald?
It's Just for Men hair growth, or which one's the color?
I'm sorry, man.
I think it's distinguished. I just think it would be really funny if you started painting your hair.
Hey, ask everybody if they got the whole commercial we had this week. You want to replay that real quick?
I don't have it on me, so no.
Okay, we'll talk about that later, but it's really awkward to talk about police because I have respect for police and I know police. And Cameron did a cool police story we're about to show you.
Ralph Wayne West asks, where is this mural being painted?
We are over at, you tell them, Cam.
So, you can't really tell from here. Not that you can tell from the inside anyway. We are near Southside. It's in the back of a place called, if you're familiar with the area, there's a really cool bar and music venue called Shipping and Receiving. And in the back, warehouse, which used to be the historic golf warehouse, is called the
Supreme Golf was here.
Supreme Golf was here.
On Broadway Street in California.
I thought I was supposed to be telling them this.
Sorry.
And it's called the Tilt Gallery. So this is in Fort Worth, and once large crowds are available, we're gonna do like a season wrap thing before we start the next version of whatever this show is. And then we'll have everyone over, have some couches, maybe this cool chair that I got at Goodwill. People can sit in it. And yeah, you can get some of that official Brad Smith art swag DNA.
Hey, here's a funny story about Ralph Wayne West. Who wants to hear it? He's one of my favorite people.
I didn't hear anybody.
Okay. Here, I'm going to tell you this story, okay? I do murals for his pharmacies, okay?
Oh, it's the West Pharmacy guy.
Yeah, West Pharmacy.
From Dublin.
Right, but he used to have West Pharmacy. I did Heiko, I think, and Dublin. I did a couple stores for him.
5 years ago, I don't know, 10 years ago. Mike, remember when we went out there and put up those signs for the West Pharmacy?
In Dublin?
Dublin?
Yes.
Or in Dublin and in Ico.
Yes, I remember that.
Anyway, they're just a great Burleson family, and back in the day when my wife was alive, we helped a friend of mine get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He was Elvis's guitar player. And so it was up to my wife and I to kind of reach out to all the rock and roll stars around the country and around the world, really. And the cool thing about the West Bransom's Pharmacy was they had the first fax machine in
This
Burleson
was the 90s, so
in the
fax
90s.
machine was you had to be a business.
So like we called and talked to the Rolling Stones and the
Eric
Zeppelin,
Clapton.
everybody, and they're like, yeah, no, fax it to you. I'm like, fax? So I call around, and it turns out Branson West Pharmacy has fax machines. So I'm faxing stuff one way to Europe and all over America, and they're getting faxes back from the biggest musicians in the world, from John Denver, from the Rolling Stones, from Eric Clapton, everybody. They're like, oh my God. And so, of course, those faxes have now become part of the historic document of James Burton's induction into the Rock and Roll
Somewhere
Hall of
out
Fame.
there, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is.
So no, I have the booklet that they voted on. I've saved an archive of the whole thing. And on all the faxes that are printed in the historic document, everybody wrote the notes about how much they loved James Burton, sent them to the West Pharmacy. Now those same things that say Branson West Pharmacy are part of the archive in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Speaking of Bransons, one of the Bransons, the granddaughter, one of the Bransons was at the Black Lives Matter protest.
nice.
She was one of the ones that was organizing it.
Well, you know, I think she organized that Kindness Matters mural on the side of
There you
Branson,
go.
on the
There
side
you
of City
go.
Market there. So that's cool in our neighborhood there in Burleson.
Famous historic Burleson.
Yeah. So I am getting some painting done, y'all. I know I got lost on the whole racial thing, as we all got caught up in it, and I'm trying to move on to getting the White House done first. Here was the first thing.
Well, tell you what, since I just brought up the Black Lives Matter protest, why don't I show that? That's about 6 minutes long.
Okay.
We'll come back, talk a little bit, and then at 4:30 straight up we'll do the little break.
Okay.
And then hopefully Mike will be back with some food.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll get it going. All right,
but
y'all.
yeah,
Thanks for watching.
I mean, we'll be back in 6 minutes and chitty chat a little bit, and then at 4:30. Yeah.
Break that picture of Clark and all real quick if you can. It's not too much.
Yes.
That's what I'm working on there, y'all. There's a peace sign. Thanks to Amy Ivy for the great idea of the peace sign. I'm going to put some other stuff out there, so that'll be cool. So we'll work on that. The kids will get faces. I'm going to put some gates in front of the White House, and we'll go from there, y'all. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in 6 minutes.
Let me mute us. It's a little lengthy.
I know. I got it short and everyone here was here to make a difference.
I'm Pastor Key F. Tatum of the New Mount Rose Missionary Baptist Church in Fort Worth, Texas. And Camille Branson is a dear friend of mine with the Hub. And she was out here today, and this is one of those Black Lives Matter events that has gripped our hearts all across this nation and world. And so I just wanted to come out and show the young people some support.
Melvin McGuire, I'm captain with Burleson Police Department, and I'm in charge of operations. I think it went good. Yeah, I thought it went well. I mean, they just came out to exercise their constitutional rights to assemble, express themselves. That's what we're all for. We were just here to make sure that people got across the street all right. When they took a walk, they They needed a little help with that, so we blocked traffic.
Nice.
Helped them get around the block.
Okay, so I'm Chris Halbert. I am the founding member of Burnout Boy Band. My guitarist is over here. His name's Stacy. I also am the founding member and I guess CEO. I hope to never have one of those for my leadership group that I've started called Dreamcatchers. It's supposed to be about objective leadership, regardless of how much it sucks to admit you're wrong. It's the right thing to do, especially when you've taken the position as a leader. And that's one of the main tenets of my Dreamcatchers leadership group. I'm also an officer of the Toastmasters Club here in Burleson that meets at the Chamber of Commerce. As a loud mouth, I didn't know what to say, I didn't know what to do besides to be in solidarity or anything like that. And when I saw the post for this event here, I immediately clung to it. I was like, you know, we need to cover that. We need to go cover that and show and speak out for what we actually believe rather than just being at home heartbroken. Being at home heartbroken doesn't do anything. Sharing things behind a page. There were 200 people out here, 300 people that didn't just share something. They're gonna go share something meaningful now that they created.
It's really something that was refreshing to know that with Burleson having maybe less than 1% population, to see that the majority of people out here were not African American, they were Anglo.
Justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Who were yelling and really conscientious. Yeah, that's the last of the front lines, we call it. You know, after everything goes down, there's that remnant of that front line that remains to the end.
No justice! No peace! Woo!
My name is Stacy Milton. I actually live in Alvarado, but I grew up around this area pretty much my entire life. I went to school in Joshua, which is like the next town over. And I am here, and I've had to explain this to a lot of people, not necessarily to protest the racism or anything that's going on, because that's not all that's going on right now. That's not even necessarily the root of the main problem. The root of the main problem is the injustice that goes on, the flawed justice system that we all have to live under. And I didn't necessarily have to deal with a whole bunch of racism growing up, but my entire life I knew that my father was in prison, and I also knew that he was in prison for a crime that he did not commit. And he spent a little over 22 years. He went to jail right after my mom got pregnant. And he went to jail for a little over 22 years for a crime that he did not commit due to shitty representation. And because he was a black man. And even with lack of evidence, they still found it necessary to convict and rob 22 years of a young black man's life. Why? But I was explaining to somebody today, everybody gets so distracted by the numerous narratives that get put out in the media whenever stuff like this happens. And look at it this way, okay, say you're looking at a painting. This could be the ugliest painting you've ever seen in your life. It could be the most beautiful painting you've ever seen in your life. Doesn't matter. If you're constantly staring up at this top right-hand corner of said painting, you miss the entire picture of everything else because you're so focused about what's going on over here. You're not getting the whole picture. You lose sight of a lot of things whenever you do stuff like that, and people in this country have been paying for it because none of this is new. It's the police brutality, the injustice in our system. It's literally something that the people have been crying and begging to be fixed for years, especially since Trump got in office. And nothing's gotten done. So here we are.
But this was a good day. It's a good day for Burleson. It's a good day for our country. And it's really a good day for the world. In spite of everything that is happening now, from the corona pandemic to this pandemic on racism, we still find hope in our young people. And that's a good part.
Look at this timing. It just finished, and he's already back.
Okay, we've got lunch planned.
Lunch is planned. It's already looking darker. It's just the sun's behind the cloud. It's about to come back out and illuminate us. But illuminate us like these protests have been illuminating the country.
I'm going to move on to house 2 after we get back from lunch break.
Look at that. Your light almost looks like the sun is casting on the house.
On the White House, as it does.
As it does.
The White family is sure enjoying this pandemic because they get to stay home together. Although
it's working out for them.
It's working out for them, but honestly, we don't know what's going on in their life. So, thou shalt not judge thy neighbor. That sounds like something.
Thou shalt not agree upon the unmost neighborly
eyebrows
words.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get back to work, and y'all, I'm going to paint a mortar fence around the White House.
This kind of fence right here.
Just to be topical.
There you go. Just a black barrier.
Black barrier. Black. Coincidentally, it's black. Oh wait, I'm going to draw Mike's buildings first.
Some Dobermans?
Do that? Let's do that. Okay.
What are we doing?
I'm going to draw Mike's buildings for the background in here. Okay. You might have to.
That's going to be South Dallas?
Yes. Cam, would you build up a picture of South Dallas and Oak Cliff?
The skyline?
Yeah, right by that bridge. I don't forget the name of that bridge. Oh, I should use the ladder instead of my chair. Yeah, they're over there. Where? Oh, they're over by the door. Here's some more.
Oh! That was nice. Alright, hold on everyone. I know this is not a very interesting shot.
Where do you... Oh yeah, there we go.
That's at night though, but...
Oh yeah, well it's sunset.
I guess that's true. Well, here's one actually at sunset.
Oh yeah.
Wow, doing that one.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm going for.
Alright, save it. I'll pull it up on the chat, or on the stream for everyone. So where is that going to be? Do I need to move the camera? Yes.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just a sec.
Those road barriers are still a little bit wet, so I'm trying to wait until they kind of dry down before I put the black fence around it. Anybody else that has another idea for next to the peace sign, I'm open to that.
American flag, your mom said.
American flag, that's right. Maybe I should put the American flag in their yard, you know, on a pole. You know?
How do you want me to send this skyline?
Would you send it to me on text?
Okay. Well, easier said than done. Alright.
Okay.
Just a second.
Just a second. Let's see how wet this is. Let's get in there, y'all. Let me try something real quick. Let's just imagine from about right here, there's a fence and a post right there. Probably goes down to about right there. And it's probably going to be attached right here. Another black post. There's metal here. Clark, you better turn around and get in the house because you're about to get painted on the wrong side of the fence here. As far as the narrative.
And sent. Your phone's not even near you. Arwen says, what are they doing out in front of the house? What kinds of things are going on inside the house already? I think she's trying to inspire some thoughts here.
What are they doing outside the house with all the action going on inside? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Well, they can't be locked up forever. They're in their own bubble, but they share the same bubble anyway, so it's really okay for them to go outside. Now, why they escaped outside the fence, I'm not sure.
Well, kids will be kids.
That's true. Give them that. Very true. So, okay, this really does kind of give me some foreground here, and it's almost like they're locked in a cage. Is anybody getting a cage?
Alright, you are going way too far outside of the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me move this back. Right, just a second. I'm about to jump on your stuff.
And then at 4:30, in 2 minutes, we'll be taking a break, a half-hour long break.
Anybody that can see this, I'm putting a fence around the White House.
That's supposed to be the White House?
Yes.
Well,
Chris Ivy and
it's
his
the white
wife.
people's house.
It's the white people's house. Mike's going to help me, and we're going to paint the black people's house in a minute. And then, if I'm not going to make y'all sick with my liberalism,
Your liberal-achyism.
my liberal-achyism,
That is a fun word to say.
I am going to paint a Hispanic family.
If there's time. It's taken you 2 weeks to do this White House, so...
Well, we had to transfer, so that took a lot of pressure. That was a lot of pressure, wasn't it, Mike?
The White House is extra secured.
This is extra security fence because
Chris Ivy suggests something musical near the peace sign.
the what?
Chris Ivy suggests something musical near the peace sign. And then Amy says musical like band flyers strapped to the pole of the fence or something.
What's strapped to the pole of the
Band flyers! This is why I didn't want you so far away.
Band flyers?
Yes.
Oh, I love it, yes. Of course. Yeah, that's a great idea because that is reality if you live in a city. I don't know if the white people experience that. Oh, you know what? This might be good so I can, you might block the camera. This, if I put this into sort of a...
Arwen says, in our neighborhood there's lots of chalk art going up on to cheer people on walks.
Oh, man, that's a great idea. That's what Clark and Molly are doing. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put a big old X, stay out X, in the structure of this fence. That is going to be very symbolic.
Symbiology, y'all.
Of stay out. Do not jack with the White House.
Symbolology.
Mike, how does that look to you?
It looks like an iron fence.
Iron fence, it's a prison, self-imposed prison, white people.
What do you put barbed wire on anything?
Myself included.
A watchtower?
No, this is actually the fence that they actually put up in front
Mike
of
is doing an idea of watchtower.
That's not bad. This is actually the fence that they put up in front of the White House.
Yeah,
this week.
that's hardcore. Maybe put like a watchtower up like right.
Oh yeah, right here, put a watchtower right here.
Or in between the houses.
Well, then it would look like a prison, Mike.
In between the houses.
I guess it is a prison, isn't it? You are brilliant. This is what I love about making art with Mike, is that he comes up with the best ideas out of the blue, never even consulted with
Out of the blue, into the black.
Yep. Can anybody see that?
Sometimes I make outdated references too. Like referencing old Neil Young songs. I'm hip.
Okay, we're getting there, y'all. This is kind of getting fun. Thank the IVs. You guys are helping me so much.
Zach Carpenter says, "What's up? Nice news story." And that also made me realize we are 2 minutes overdue for our break.
Oh, thanks, Zach. Good to see you, my brother. Yeah, come back after our break.
We have a 35-minute long break. There's some informative pieces in there. You'll see. Nothing preachy, but You'll see. There's some good entertainment. So enjoy that, y'all. All right, we'll be back in 35-ish minutes, and that'll be around 5. And hopefully they'll have some burgers in them. All right, y'all. Thanks.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the day of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like 2 of those, please.
Hot dogs? Yes, sir.
And 3 of those. And 1 of those. And 5 bars of these. And a cup of that nice hot liquid.
Coffee. Coming right up.
Oh, and 2 bags of those peculiar white puffy material.
You mean our crunchy popcorn? Shall I wrap that for you, sir?
Oh, that's all right. My saucer's just outside.
They come from miles to enjoy our intermission.
It's 6 minutes till showtime.
Traveling down a dusty road, going to meet my friends, heading for the movies right around the bend. Looking for a good time, looking for what's real, knowing that a good time is the real thing. Coke, intermission is the time, refreshments and my friends, knowing all along that's where it all begins. Looking for a good time, looking for what's real, knowing that a good time is the thing that's real. Especially when it's Coca-Cola, it's the real thing. Yes, Coke is the good time real thing. It's the real thing.
Show starts in 5 minutes. It's refreshment time, folks. Time out for a delicious snack in our sparkling refreshment building. Every item a fresh, appetizing taste treat.
We've a large assortment of freshly made sandwiches. How about a pizza? None better anywhere. sizzling hamburgers grilled to your taste. Mouth-watering chili dillies.
Dog days, hot dog days that is, somehow have a way of turning out to be fun days. The pop and sizzle of the juicy meat seems to say, come and get me, I'm done to a turn. Yep, hungry or not, it's hard to resist the tantalizing aroma and taste appeal of a sizzling hot dog. The nice part of it is, there's one waiting for you right now at the refreshment stand.
Show starts in 4 minutes. Show starts in 2 minutes.
Popcorn, candy, ooh, hot dog, popsicle. Oh boy, banana orange.
Show starts in 1 minute.
Monsters do have their place. In the zoo, in your nightmares, in the deep, in your favorite horror movies. But not in your living room, on your TV. Don't let pay TV be the monster in your living room. Pay TV and cable TV companies are seeking the right to charge you for the very programs you now get free. If you want to stop pay TV and save free television, sign the petition in the lobby of this theater. Let your lawmakers know how you feel in the fight against pay TV and cable TV.
Jim Rex? What's Jim Rex? Would you believe a movie audience guide presented as a public service by this theater's management to help you select your motion picture entertainment? Well, that's what it is. And we urge you to learn these rating symbols and use them as a guide for you and your family. G means suggested for general audiences, all ages. M, suggested for mature audiences, parental discretion advised. R, restricted, persons under 16 not admitted unless accompanied by parent or adult guardian. X, persons under 18 will not be admitted. This seal in advertising indicates that the film was approved under the Motion Picture Code of Self-Regulation.
And Oklahoma is a unique space in terms of the number of African American towns that were established. Some suggest upwards of 50 African American towns between 1924 and 1928. Reverend S.S. Jones was going around documenting this sort of self-determined, vibrant African American communities. You see the African American educators, doctors, lawyers, landowners, oil barons. And I think that's what's so remarkable about this footage. To think that individuals, how many years out of slavery, are now owning oil wells that are producing 2,000 barrels a day. Is that not the ultimate American dream? Is that not the ultimate American story? It flies in the face of what I think some people consider part of African American history and culture. And I think that that was one of the things that Oklahoma and what S.S. Jones is really kind of showing, is that African American history and culture is not a monolith. And in a way, it became kind of like a marketing tool to encourage individuals to migrate, to move there, that this is a place where you can live, you can thrive, and peacefully reside. There were still palpable racial tensions. There are lynchings, there's Jim Crow, segregation, there's all of these things, and you still have an African American community, or many communities, that really speak to the fortitude and resilience of Black people in this country.
Now, I have trouble telling this story. As a 10-year-old, I got on the bus from my school. Everybody was Black, except for one seat. There were no seats, and a Black lady was sitting beside that seat. And this lady said, I'll never forget it. She said, honey, you can sit right here. And she patted the seat. She said, honey, Lane, I sat in that seat like this. I didn't move a muscle for 3 miles. I got off first. I went home. I didn't tell my parents I'd sat by a Black woman. Finally, I decided I'd say something. I said, John, let me ask you something. How come Black troops in World War II fought so miserably? They surrendered, they didn't fight very hard. He said, Frank, where'd you hear that? I said, my father told me that. Now, John could have said, your father's an idiot. If he'd said it, the conversation is over. I never would have gone anywhere. He didn't say that. He said, Franklin, I don't think you and I know enough about that to discuss it intelligently. Save my face, save my father's face. Save it. He said, but let me ask you something. You have anybody fight in World War II? I said, yeah, I had 2 uncles. One was in the Philippines. One was at Pearl Harbor when it was bombed. He said, is that right? He said, I did too. I had 2 uncles fight in World War II. I said, great. He said, you know where we eat lunch? I said, you don't eat with me. He said, that's right. My uncles and I, who fought in World War II for freedom and justice and pursuit of happiness, we get on a bus and we ride 2 miles out of town to eat lunch because none of the stores we shop in will let us eat. And my stomach got tight, and I didn't want to hear any more. He said, did you go to the bathroom? I said, yeah, I go to the bathroom. He said, where do you go? I said, I go anywhere I want. He said, my uncles and I, we get on a bus. We ride 2 miles out of town to go to the bathroom because we can't go anywhere. I listened for the rest of the 3 hours. When I got to my dorm, I lay down and cried. I sobbed for 3 hours. Next day I went in and talked to the dean of men. I said, it's crazy. We're studying English and math and science. And right across the street over there, we got people, citizens we don't even know, It didn't make sense.
But I'm going to tell you, as this white person sitting here, I am absolutely certain I benefit.
Charge! Get going again with the Dr. Pepper difference. See what the difference does for you. Why be beat? Drink a bite to eat. At 10, 2, and 4, you always want more, more, more. Not a cola. No, not a cola. But a blend of deep fruit flavors. Charge! Get going again with the Dr. Pepper difference. Charge! Get going again with the Dr. Pepper difference. Charge!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble duty tonight to introduce you to the grand invisible knights of the Ku Klux Klan, Mr. Bill Wilkinson. Oh, Imperial Wizard, can you tell me, and us, 100 years after you, your predecessors, set the South aflame with the cross burnings, lynchings, and other events, you should be bothering this country still?
To begin with, I believe a slight rebuttal is in order for your opening statements, or the opening statements that was made about the Klan. We are not anti-Catholic. We are not anti-Semitic. We believe in the white race. We believe that at this point in time that white Americans are being treated as second-class citizens, that the federal laws, the civil rights laws, have created a dual system of justice in this country, a set of federal laws that protects the interest of minorities and local and state laws.
But Grand and Imperial Wizard, if I may,
of white people.
If I may interrupt, if I might be so bold as to interrupt the Imperial Wizard, it says on a sheet that you people hand out to the young and the youths of our high schools, it says, if you want to join the Klan, quote, I swear that I am of white, non-Jewish heritage. Are you fed up with special privileges given to blacks? That's a quotation from your own literature.
Absolutely. We are
well,
a
Christian... What do you mean you're not anti-Semitic?
We are a Christian organization. We also don't allow Buddhists or Muslims or atheists in the organization.
When did you take in the Pat Buchanans? When I was a kid in Dubuque, Iowa, the Ku Klux Klan, which was then fairly powerful in Indiana, about 1922 or 3, somewhere in there, you were anti-Catholic.
The Klan has had different views from time to time on lesser issues. Mm-hmm. The one issue we've never changed on is that of segregation. We believe that God has commanded us to separate ourselves from other races. In fact, that's not a unique stand. Billy Graham, just a few years ago, himself segregated his crusade audiences. He preached segregation. The Southern Baptist and the National Baptist, one was black, one was white. Mm-hmm. They practice and preach segregation. So we didn't invent segregation. We just still believe in it.
Let me ask you about something in Joe started, something I was unaware of. But there are a number of Klan organizations, and I gather it is not yours, who march in tandem, arm in arm, with members of the American Nazi Party. Now, the Nazis were responsible for the murder, not simply of Jews in Germany, but American pilots, American soldiers. They're guilty of all manner of horrid atrocities. They have on their, I guess on their record, some 250,000 American dead. Now, why would any patriotic American, or one who calls himself a patriotic American, be anywhere near the swastika, the insignia of Hitler's Germany?
Well, as you conceded before the show, I did clear up that point. The Klan, the Invisible Empire, which I head, detests Nazis as much as we do communists. But I'd like to make one thing clear, that there's too much hype today about the Germans and the Nazis. Let's not forget that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor and they led to death marches in Bataan. I don't believe that we should condemn all of the Germans for something that happened in Germany 40 years ago. And I do condemn what Hitler did to any...
Why would any patriot, someone who calls himself a patriot, and the Klan's groups with which I guess you're associated with members, if not the leadership, why would they march with people who are march under the swastika?
We don't.
You don't. Why do your colleagues do that?
I believe, to make it clear at first, we're the only national Klan organization left. There have been those that have come and gone. It's sort of like the political parties, the Democrats, Republicans, American independents. They come and they go. They splinter and they regroup and rejoin. Right now, we are the major unquestioned Klan organization in America. There's some people that we have expelled from our organization that will, in their anxiety to get membership and support, they will join with anyone, including Nazis.
This is not your organization, doesn't believe that. But I believe a quote by you I read in a book on the Klan, the quote, I think it was Jew-controlled media. Have you used that term?
I may have used that term.
It's a direct quote.
I may have used that term some years ago.
Well, what do you mean by that?
But well, I don't mean by that anything at this point in time. I believe that a lot of Jews are prominent in the media, but I believe that a lot of Baptists and a lot of Methodists and a lot of other people are.
Why would you use the term Jew-controlled media? You know?
Well,
I mean, you don't run around saying the Baptist-controlled media is keeping us off the air, do you?
I no longer use that term. This has been a number of years ago that I would have made that comment, and I'm not apologizing for what I might have said at that time.
All right, let's talk about blacks.
All right.
Why?
Wait a minute. I want to go. My brother came back from the airborne in Vietnam, and he told me, and that of the bodies that he took out as a medical officer, he said, 50% of those guys were black kids, served in the United States and Vietnam. This was it was a crack frontline unit, and these were American blacks who died in higher numbers for their country than did white Americans, as a matter of fact, in the Vietnam War. Now, how can you be against a race which contains people who are out there fighting for their country just as much as white Christian Protestant Americans are?
That's something else that needs to be cleared up, pal. We believe in free enterprise for this country. We believe that everyone should have the same rights.
Well, Mr. Wizard, it says right here, wait a minute, Mr. Wizard. Let me interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Wizard. It says right here, you believe in the final solution, which is black repatriation to Africa. Now,
Abraham Lincoln, but now look, I'm not going to be cut off in the middle
but I'm not going to be shut off either. You're running around on a bed sheet. I don't have the bed sheet. But I just want to tell you, I want to ask you this question. Can you imagine this country repatriating all the black Americans that Pat just spoke about to Africa?
No.
I mean, what kind of nonsense
No, I
is
can't.
that? Well, what are you saying it for then?
I'm not saying it.
Well, it says right here.
No, that's your paper. That's not my paper.
That's your paper. I took the quote and wrote it on this blue paper.
That's not my paper. Now, to get back to it, now just a minute. I answered your question. Now, I want to finish what I was saying. We feel that affirmative action is discriminating against white people, and there is no question about it. Two wrongs don't make a right. Because black people were hurt and discriminated against in the past does not justify the discrimination against white people now. And we're asking for an end to that.
Look, I'm against reverse discrimination. I'm against racial quotas. I'm against affirmative action as it's practiced. But you said, when I introduced you, I didn't say historically to most Americans, you're anti-Catholic and anti-Semitic and racist. In other words, anti-black. You said, we're not anti-Catholic.
Right.
We're not anti-Semitic. You didn't deny the racist thing.
Well, it depends on your definition of racist. I'm a segregationist, okay? I believe that God has commanded me not to mix with other races. For that reason, I want to have schools where I can send my children to a white school. I want to be able to go to my white neighborhoods, to white businesses, for those things. So if that terms me as a racist, then I'm a racist.
Wait a minute, you can do that, but you can't have tax exemptions in your all-white school. And if it's a public school, now black kids whose parents' taxes pay for that school, they got a right to go to that neighborhood school. Now, if you want an all-white school, all-white academy, you can do that right now. You just don't get a tax exemption for it. So what's your complaint?
You say you can do that. Now, maybe I can. Maybe you can. But what about the poor people that don't have the money to send their children to private schools? They can't. They're being deprived the right to practice their religion, the money to send them to a private school. There's no reason why in this great land of ours we couldn't have a three-tiered school system, a black school and a white school and an integrated school, and give everyone their choice. We would have much less dissension. We would have much less racial problems in the schools. And if those people that are seeking to integrate the races in this country really were seeking to do the best for both races, they would adopt this system and let integration proceed gradually.
What do you think our founding fathers meant when they said "we, the people of the United States"?
Well, I won't get into that debate, but
well, I know, but you're sitting here in your bed sheet telling us all that the only thing you're for, you're against.
You're really upset about my bed sheet.
Oh yeah, I think if I were you, I would be so ashamed of myself. I mean, I can't imagine walking around in that silly costume telling people to be against blacks and against Jews.
Have you ever seen the Pope and the Cardinals in their costumes?
Yeah, but they're religious and they're for something, and you're just nothing but against something, and you're
No,
against
I
the very
believe in-
spirit
I
of this
believe in
country.
the same God
You're
that the
against
Pope
the
does.
thing.
No, we're not.
You're against the thing that makes the country great, and I think you're a disgrace.
You know nothing about what I believe and what
I
I
just
stand
heard
for.
what you believed.
And you think
Now,
that's
you tell
wrong?
me,
I believe in God. Is that wrong?
Do you deny that you said this, this is the literature you're handing out to schools, to school children in America? I just quoted this from your own pamphlet. Are you fed up, it says here, with blacks following you home, trying to beat you up?
That's
Do you
right.
deny that you said that?
No, I don't. And let me tell you, that happens more times in America than what you can shake a
Blacks?
stick at. Blacks.
Blacks try to follow you home and beat you up.
We've had
really?
more racial
You're
problems
a damn-
than... No,
Oh,
Tom.
yes, you are.
I have a strong belief.
And you know
in
what?
fact-
You people
in
were
fact-
beaten. I don't know what we're doing in 1982 talking to you.
Well, that's your problem, Tom. But let me tell you one thing. I'm not beaten, the Klan is not beaten, and the white race is not beaten. No more than the Democrats is beating or the Republicans is beaten. They're all fighting for the things that they believe in, and we believe in something.
All right, what
and
do you
we're
believe in?
earnestly, through the law.
Now, you tell me what you were
trying to
against.
achieve
What do
it.
you believe in?
What we believe in.
What are you for?
We believe in God, we believe in the United States of America, and we believe that God has commanded us to separate ourselves from other races. Not because we hate the other races or because we feel that we're better or worse, but because we feel it's God's commandment. And if you criticize that and our religion, then you're criticizing the Christianity for the last 2,000 years.
Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid, a 5-cent package makes 2 quarts of Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid, 9 great flavors, the drink you love. Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid,
For the very best drink,
Kool-Aid, Kool-Aid,
be sure that the envelope says
Kool-Aid.
You can give your youngsters a lot of pleasure with Kool-Aid. You know it's pure and good. It has the Parents Magazine seal. And it's so thrifty. A 5-cent package makes 2 full quarts. Just add Kool-Aid to water with ice, add some sugar, and stir.
For the very best drink you ever made.
Be sure that the envelope says
Kool-Aid.
It was a horrific time for our nation.
It's American history, it's Oklahoma history, it's the history of the city.
An event so terrible, many history books have shamefully left it out.
I was surprised to learn how much my kids did not know.
They're talking about the 1921 Tulsa Race Riot, or as many know it, the Tulsa Race Massacre.
This was our nation's worst race riot.
Center. Her office sits on the very spot where nearly 40 acres of vibrant, prosperous property was destroyed, and at least 300 innocent African Americans were senselessly killed. It's a repulsive, violent act that is still affecting lives today.
Having not received any type of reparations, just now being at a point where we are truly acknowledging this history, there's a lot of historical trauma that they are experiencing.
Dr. Carlos Hill teaches African and African American studies at the University of Oklahoma.
What had been one of the wealthiest communities, most educated communities, most peaceful communities in the country was destroyed in less than 18 hours.
The hatred overflowed on May 31st, 1921, after a young black man named Dick Rowland entered the Drexel building in downtown Tulsa and stepped aboard an elevator being operated by a white woman named Sarah Page.
Dick Rowland walks into the elevator, so the elevator door closes, there's a scream, the door opens again, and she runs out.
Within hours, Rowland had been accused of assault, even rape. He's arrested and placed in the city's jail. Newspapers in town begin to run their version of the story.
Newspapers in Tulsa begin to report an assault and even a rape.
As the story spread through the white neighborhoods, so did the anger.
And there's talk of a lynching, that Vic Rowland's going to be taken from the jail and lynched that night.
A small group of armed African-American men go twice to speak with the sheriff, offering their support to help guard the city jail from the angry massing mob. The sheriff declines both times. A white person confronts a
gun from one of the men.
The African-American men stand their ground.
And a melee ensues. The gun is fired. A white person is shot. And from that point, you know, as we would say, all hell breaks loose.
The African-American men retreat down the road to the Greenwood district.
And they are followed very closely by the white men.
Gunfire continues to be exchanged between the groups.
When daybreak came, there's an even larger group of whites that have sort of mobilized, and at daybreak they enter into the Greenwood district.
What was a neighborhood of intellect, family values, some of the most successful African Americans in the country, became a war zone.
Began to burn, loot, kill innocent people, bystanders.
African Americans caught in the violent racist attack were killed, their livelihoods wiped from the map.
Their community was destroyed, their homes were destroyed, their businesses were destroyed, their churches were destroyed, their schools were destroyed.
Since then, Tulsa has been left with a scar that is yet to heal, wounds that have caused distrust of city leaders and allowed for systemic racist policies to dictate the lives of African Americans in Tulsa.
So the way that they feel about the police, the way they feel about city officials, the way they feel about being citizens of Tulsa.
Michelle Brown says only in learning the full history of the Tulsa Race Massacre can one begin to see the pain it has caused Tulsans for a century.
When we realize and acknowledge the history, we understand some of what they are experiencing emotionally and mentally and even spiritually.
That's why having the knowledge and courage to educate Tulsa's youth about our history is critical.
For a lot of kids, when they think of topics like segregation, they think of the deep, deep South, and they don't really connect it to Oklahoma and Tulsa.
Shrita Ashley teaches history at Edison Preparatory School. She says educating students about the race massacre helps them self-reflect and grow as young adults.
It made it more real for them because they could connect to places they knew in town, parts of town that they had lived in the past or live in currently, and understand why was there so much difference between different segments of Tulsa.
But difficult for many adults, even teachers.
They did not feel comfortable talking about this part of history in their classrooms. They didn't know how to discuss it and address it.
Brown saying many educators she's mentored lacked enough knowledge to facilitate meaningful conversations.
They did not know enough about it to be able to educate their students about it.
For Shrita Ashley, the educational process for teachers begins with self-awareness.
And be okay with accepting that you've done things wrong, and it's okay. You know, you're a person, you're a human, and you realize this hasn't been working, and it's okay to change that.
Saying it's important to be okay with being uncomfortable, knowing students have a safe place to learn, discuss, and express themselves about the terrible events during the Tulsa Race Massacre.
So I think by having kids exposed to teachers who can guide them and facilitate those types of discussions helps the kids see how to facilitate those discussions.
They need to be aware of and be able to understand sort of how this issue still impacts them, how it still impacts their community.
That they give students the freedom to respond as openly and honestly as they would like. Give them the opportunity to express themselves.
The hope is that by educating students about the Tulsa Race Massacre and the lasting effects still resonating in Tulsa today,
the biggest strides and the biggest changes are definitely going to come in having kids grow up and take in those positions of power. They become the teachers, they become the leaders.
That they can grow into more well-informed adults that can create positive, lasting change in Tulsa.
Most of these students, as history has shown us, will be here. They'll be leaders in our city, and they can see where these problems started, and they can figure out where to go from here.
Hoping one day the deadly racist attack will serve as a reminder of our evil past, but also highlight the qualities of African Americans who endured such terrible acts of violence and oppression.
It was an attempted expulsion that was unsuccessful, and I think probably the thing that black people are most proud about in the massacre is the fact that the community was rebuilt.
That African Americans in Tulsa would not break to the pressure of racism and injustice.
It's a testament to the strength of the community. It's a testament to the high quality of the people who were adversely impacted by the race riot.
And the importance of learning about our history so the city can heal, ultimately making Tulsa a place everyone feels welcome, that everyone can be proud to call home.
It makes the society better. That's why we believe in public education, right? Because an educated public leads us to all have a better quality of life.
And so I think it's more than just the history of violence and destruction. It's also this really story about courage and persistence and resilience.
I'm Brad Smith. I'm an artist and I do specialize in large-scale murals. I started when I was 15. I'm 58 this year. So I've been doing this my whole life. All my people are out there. Thanks for joining us. Today I'm going to work on the Corona canvas. I'm doing a daily canvas. I'm painting a giant mural about what happens every day during the coronavirus. Cameron said, why don't you just let me film it? I go, okay. And we started it, and now all of a sudden, thousands of people watch it every week.
All right, we are live. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming over. I'm Brad. I'm Cameron.
Working with my son Cameron is almost unbelievable. We have such a easygoing time of it because this is all we've done his whole life. Is just hung out together. He's always hung out with me while I'm painting in the studio.
I see we have a lot of our good friends joining us, and I thank y'all for coming. It really does feel like y'all are joining us in the studio. It's a total hoot.
It's his idea, and he's a professional filmmaker. So he comes up with all these ideas, and he'll wake up and he'll say, you know, I was thinking maybe we should do a spin on a Three's Company ad for your ad this week. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this. And he directs me. And it's just incredible because we're piling art mediums on top of each other. It's so cool. I can't tell you how fulfilling it is. year ago, February, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. It was stage 4 when she got diagnosed, and everything became very real. You know, we live over here in this imaginary bubble of everything's fantastic, like a couple old hippies. When stuff like that happens and it's that real, everything gets super real, and it did. She passed in February, and is just, you know, you have to keep going. She begged me to just keep going, keep going. She said, you know, you can't give up now. I can't wait until you guys start working together. And here we are. So we feel like her grace every day. We like interacting with y'all, throwing ideas in there. When we do the live show, people are on the emails writing in and telling me, hey, you ought to name it this, hey, throwing ideas. And my cousins are all in it. Our fans are all in these paintings. It's so awesome because it's interactive.
Actually, it looks between a yellow oxide and orange.
She's noticed the oxide in there. That's how we made it darker. She's right. It just brings us all together. It's like we've got 2,000 people in here while I'm painting. This mural is actually depicting Oak Cliff. Corona Canvas 1 was actually downtown Dallas and where it came in North Dallas. And in that one, Big Tex is saving the day from the corona because he's not getting infected. In the Fair Park, it really gave me an excuse to just focus on Dallas. And the mayor of Burleson came over and he suggested I do a building that had a drive-through voting because everything's drive-through, so why wouldn't we vote drive-through? It's cheesy and it's fun, but you know, I want to add levity. Everybody's suffering, I think, from just being stuck in the house. I'm like, man, let us entertain you.
Bradley Smith, what's going up here?
Okay, this is what's left of the blue sky, so it looks like Corona Canvas 1. This will join it together with that same sky. My ultimate excitement is when they get to go down to the gallery at Shipping and Receiving, they see their idea in the painting. You know, we're all going through this together. I don't care who you are. We're all going through a weird time right now. I'm trying to take pieces of it and show it to people like, can you believe this is happening right now?
So now we're back in the Safe Space Studios with the Corona Canvas.
An artist's job is to document their life. And it's just the most beautiful thing because we're not talking about politics or how different we are. We're talking about art. And if people get some wisdom out of it, I'm cool with that.
And we're back. We're back. Thank you for showing that, Cameron. Fox 4 and Chris Ivy. That is so cool.
Dave is with us. Good to see you, Dave.
Dave
Thanks for hanging out. He says, "What's
piece.
up, homie?"
Hey, homie. Dave Denzoli, a friend of mine from high school, and one of my favorite people.
Dave, look how cool this watch is. Wow.
Dave's a style maven. Loves the style. And Dave, you were in my show on Fox 4 because Dave is the guy
Walking the dog.
Walking the dog.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Ariel in it there.
So if anybody's new, that was us, and the thing that we just played was aired this morning on Good Day Saturday. We'll be airing again tonight on not Good Day, but Good Night, or Good Night tonight at 10 p.m. whatever it's called.
Yeah.
But anyway,
but you know, a lot of people think Fox. You hear the Fox News, they're like, wow, that, you know, they get a negative thing, and a lot of liberals do. You know,
that's liberal-lachis.
Liberal-lachis have that kind of vibe going.
It's just a fun word to say, honestly.
Anyway, so that was so cool, man. And my narcissism meter is through the roof. Can't wait to see how I behave after 10 o'clock.
It shouldn't really be, though, because look at your hair.
I know.
You broadcast like this.
I apologize about this. Luckily, there's not a white light shining on my hair like
you're less Harry Carey now.
Yes. Oh, I'm down. Go, coming.
That's the Harry Carey.
Ah!
Do John Wick doing Harry Carey.
John Wick. John Wick. Go, coming. Everybody have a cold one on Harry.
Okay, do John Wick doing, do Harry Carey doing John Wick doing Austin Powers.
Yeah, everybody have a beer. It's a home run by John Wick, baby.
That was rough. I don't know. I went an Inception on you. That was supposed to be 3 layers deep.
That was 3 layers deep, and that's what we're doing today. The show today is Layers Deep. My friend Chris Ivers did a meta film. While he was editing a film about me, I was painting his wife.
Wait, no, he's not
in the White House. Let me move the camera appropriately.
Alright, just a sec, I'll tell you when. Or I guess you can put it, is the chair still there? It's a little low.
Okay.
It's not no longer up.
Whoa.
Everyone, take a shot, everybody.
Where's my professional camera guy?
Take a shot, he's breaking my gear.
Who says that doesn't look cool?
Because you're gonna ruin everything.
How about that? Okay. There's Chris, his wife. Interesting story here on the lovely lady up in her daughter Nancy on the second floor of the White House. That's my neighbor's daughter and granddaughter, Luann Parks. She sent that photo in, so I'd have something to pay upstairs. Indeed, they are just happy as they're just happy the sun's setting. They've got a big fence around their house. They don't realize it yet, but Clark and Molly are locked outside of the gate. But there's a whole other.
They won't be so happy when they find that out, but you know.
The dog is inside with the people, so they're all safe. They're in a safe space. That gives the stereotype of thinking of the White family here in the White House. Are they the Smith family in the White House?
Yes.
Why are we calling it the White House?
Because it's full of white people.
Okay, so the white people notice what's going on because the TV is on the back. I haven't painted the TV yet, but as you can see, Chris is there. It's kind of a Mad Magazine version of Chris.
Oh, you know what I just realized? Because in the next yard you have the guy grilling who's being held up by the cop.
Yeah.
You could have that on the television that he's watching in the back.
Brilliant. Oh, yeah, great idea.
Talk about layers.
Layers. So I'll put what's going on.
Right here, you can see it here behind us.
Yeah, but I'll move the camera over there because that's what I'm about to dive in on. Okay, in this segment, there's a police car parked in the front yard.
I'll move it.
African American man is grilling, has the nerve to start a fire, and he lives next to the white family.
Can't have that.
And there's certain times you grill, and certain times you don't. Even though the sun is setting, he's just having a nice time. But of course, the cops pull up on him, and I'm not trying to get preachy. I've got a funny story while we were on break. What happened with the camera? But this is what I started last week. So,
okay,
I got to get out of the camera's chair.
Get out of my spot. Seat thief.
So I'm.
Okay, well, what funny story is
this? Is my perception of what's going on. Okay, over my shoulder here is an African American man, and he's got a grill going.
You need to put a spatula in this man.
I am.
It's a weapon.
But this is just my blocking stage. His grill is on fire, so the cops are already freaking out. But if you can look in real closely at the cop, do we know it is a cop or is it Antifa? Because there's an Antifa mask he's wearing. But of course the cops are wearing masks, so you can't really tell who the cops are and who are Antifa when you're running away from them. Anyway, he's out there. Of course, now I know some white folks are saying I'm spoon-fed this. Somebody actually told me that this week, that I'm being spoon-fed this liberalism, and that is not really the good microcosm of society because blacks, whatever the stats were, they were trying to push.
But they.
So y'all judge me based on what my art says. My art is giving the gut feeling that blacks are treated more harshly by the police than white dudes.
There must be statistics in your opinion.
Just something to think about. I know that I have done some crazy things while driving and have never once gone to jail for it. And I've been pulled over 15 times. I went to jail a couple times for some stupid stuff when I was a teenager. But just for
as you do.
Learn your lesson and never do it again. But unfortunately, I'm such a white guy that every time I get in with the cops, are like, oh, you're that guy, okay.
Oh, you do all the murals.
Yeah,
That's great.
Hey, I'm like, here, you want a burrito? He's like, yeah, I don't mind if I do. This is my relationship with the police. much different if I'd have been a black friend of mine that I do know that is afraid to work with somebody. Anyway, not to go preachy, during the break, a gentleman on the Burleson page where we repost our show, because we do like to talk to our people who live within
This is a very
our heart.
interactive show, y'all.
And somebody was pretty mad that we're showing historical documents about the black experience. What
I
do
don't
you
know,
think?
man. If you're upset that that a member of the High Grand Wizard of the KKK is being yelled at for being racist, maybe check your priorities. Maybe if you're mad about that.
Now, as you can tell by the suit he's wearing, he's very liberal and millennial in his thinking.
Yeah, hating the KKK. So liberal.
If you do like the KKK,
we don't need you here.
We would prefer that you just don't even watch. Okay? Go ahead and say goodbye. We don't have to argue about it. Don't make me go all
We will
Brad
talk to
John
you about
Wick
it if
on
you want, but we don't
I
need it.
could go layers of John Wick with hey, Brad John Wick and something else.
Good one.
Anyway, I had a joke to write. Anyway, this is not a joking matter. My hair looks horrible.
That's the joking manner. That's the funniest part of this whole show.
My hair is ridiculous, okay? I don't know what happened.
Well, we haven't gone to a salon.
That's true. That's true. Brad's cutting his own hair, and I apologize about talking about myself in third person.
That's not a good sign for narcissism.
No.
It's a red flag.
Red flag for my narcissism.
It's a red Brad.
I better take double dosage of my
It's a Brad flag.
anti-narcissism meds. Anyway, that's why I wear my name on my shirt.
To quell
And
his
I make my
narcissism.
assistant and all my friends wear my name on their
on
shirts.
their bodies.
By the way, thread tats, if you do need some
Red Tats, if you
thread.
want to be part of our narcissist crew, please support our narcissism.
Our fan group called the Narcissists.
Yeah, that's our punk rock band.
They're all supporting Brad's narcissism, and I appreciate it. That's why I'm talking about myself in third person.
Anyway, Mike's over here getting sleepy.
Sorry,
he just
Mike,
had a
he had
big
a giant
burger,
cheeseburger.
so
I got into my burger and wolfed it down so fast I found lettuce on my Harry Carey license.
Yikes.
By the end of it. So that was
So what's next? Do we need
what
to...
we're going to do next, I'm going to draw some... Mike, you feel like working?
Yeah. You can take a nap if you want.
I can work until
6:30.
6:20. 4:20. He's working until the next break. So
It's an hour-long break.
I'm going to draw some buildings in the back and Mike's going to paint them, just like he painted across the street at Doggy Digs.
Doggy Digs.
So if you come to near South Side in downtown Fort Worth, my girls are on both sides of the street, and everybody's got one. Because I have so many, I let people borrow them, so I don't have to get paint on them in the studio. Or I will paint on them if I don't like it.
He already got paint on my new chair that I got yesterday.
Anybody that saw the Bill Clinton painting in my studio can paint over that
Countless
million
times.
Because
Well, and currently there's no canvas in the country, so...
Yeah, we're having trouble getting canvas, and that is a huge one. So,
it's tempting. It's tempting.
So if we have any new viewers out there...
It's like if you were... It's like the Depression.
Like,
Always was, but
yeah,
it's like if we
we're
was...
at war and we can't get
No, it's
rubber.
like we're in the Depression and we're living in a gingerbread house, but we can't eat the walls, even though it's like right there. Really want to, but
that's heavy. Anyway,
it's not heavy. It's a very tiny joke. Anyway, speaking of narrowly avoiding a depression, the jobs report just added 2.4 million jobs this week. That's not bad.
Everybody take a shot.
Not bad.
I do know one thing in my own personal microcosm of a bubble that we have had a huge amount of orders coming in.
It's true.
And
People
it
are
is
getting back
super
to work.
sweet. People are getting back to work. They're getting serious about business. They're adapting their businesses for more
either at home or being able to be safe.
Yeah, changes and stuff, so that's super cool. Now, if you just joined us and this is your first time joining us, I actually do get some work done, which I'm about to do. Anybody that's interested, I'm about to paint draw some sketch.
Dinesh, I would share the video one more time.
Techno before I slip off.
Because it's been several hours since we did it last time.
Okay, let me see. Where is that? I had my phone off quite a bit.
But we usually go till 7 or so, depending on how it's hot here. So depending on the light situation in the tilt gallery, we'll see. We have another scheduled break, which would be our dinner break, even though we had lunch pretty late. But, so we'll see.
And again, I apologize about the ridiculous hair. I should look at myself before I show up.
But he waits until he's on camera, live, to do it.
We don't really know how you look until you see yourself on camera. And that is an observation I had about that story Chris Ivy did, is that you never really know how you look.
It's true. Chris managed to get all of my bad angles.
Yeah, well, I mean,
one of my bad
It is kind of
Chris.
fun to see what other people see about what you're talking about and what you're obsessed with.
I actually look at it all right. Just one particular shot. I'll show you this.
Chris, I don't think his narcissism meter is at a right level. So
No, it needs to be much higher to match yours.
He's just I'm the most humble person. And you have to stay that way. That's one lesson I've learned out of 43 years of being the artist that may or may not talk too much, and everybody ends up listening to you. So you gotta stay humble. Now, so what I'm going to dive into is these buildings real quick.
Did you share the video? Huh? Did you share the video?
Yeah, I'm sharing it. I shared something.
You shared something?
No, I've got it. No problem. Now, I've got to look up that city thing you sent me.
Yes, I sent the city. Here, wait, are we doing the city or the house?
I'm going to do the city real quick while Mike...
But I already repositioned the camera for the house.
I know, but that's fine. But I'm just going to draw that in for Mike real quick.
Oh,
and
okay,
then
I
I'm
see
going to
what
do
you're
the
saying.
house.
All right, let me change the camera then, because you didn't tell me.
Sorry, make it work.
Well, no, it's not that. It's that we don't stick to a schedule, but that's okay. Mike actually had a great idea just after we left. After we went for break, we had a great idea for what should go on the bridge.
Yeah. A guard thing and the people that got smoked on.
Yeah.
Tell the story, Mike.
Tear gas, right? Well, so what happened was do you want someone to tell the story, or are you just going to say phrases?
My bad.
So the other day, at the peak of the riots, because the riots have been across the country, in Dallas, they herded a lot of the produce was built here, and one of my friends was there. They herded them like cattle, and made them stay on the bridge, and then started firing rubber bullets and tear gas at them. It's a common war tactic. These were peaceful protesters, obviously, and but that's what happened in Dallas a few days ago. One of my friends was there, and it's documented. And anyway, so Mike suggested we put that happening on this bridge around here because that's what happened. So it's like if painting was journalism. It's about as close to journalism as you can get murals.
Can you see what we're doing?
Okay,
I'm just painting some extra stuff here. Mike, if you can turn that gray, Mike's mixing colors as I shout them out, which I am so proud that he can do. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. I need some of this tan with that gray, so add some yellow and some more black to it, and then this needs to be that color, because it's the same building over in Fair Park. Okay?
I'm gonna munch on some French fries while the camera is not on me.
So what I'm doing is outlining some buildings for Mike to paint in the background on the other side of the bridge. Now this bridge has been in the news, of course, because of what's going on. So I am going to depict that. And the White House, of course, is safe.
Mary Jane Museum. Another fan viewer contribution.
What's that?
The Mary Jane Museum.
Oh, yeah.
Being a contribution from one of our viewers.
So what I'm doing is painting buildings in downtown, taking away from the downtown Dallas scene. With the sun setting on that side, that makes the shadow side, for those painting at home, this is called the shadow side. It's your darkest side. It's what tells the mind in an abstract way that that's the shadow, because our eyes so used to seeing this stuff, it automatically tells it whether you know what it is you're looking at or not. It reads it as the shadow to a building or to a giant box, which is all I'm painting. Now Mike's going to paint this color here on these two, and then switch over to another color and paint around these windows. I know that's going to make it harder, Mike.
Well, they just don't paint the windows yet.
No, I just got to give him an example on how big the windows are going to be. And now I'll go back in here. I just want you to know that I'm going to have windows going all the way down there, okay? But you'll choose another color that complements this. Okay? So he'll jump all over that while I grab and drink some water.
Oh, this is your water.
I got one.
This one was yours, though.
And that gives some depth and range to our building. Oh, that's a perfect color, Mike. I almost like that green better than what I had in mind. Okay. That color that's in there, I love that color. Go ahead and paint those white colors. That's perfect. You can throw some more yellow in there if you want, because the sun is setting on it.
So talk about how you're hiding the seam there with the building.
Well, your eye actually goes back to the backs of all of this. So when you're usually doing a painting, you're painting the background first, which I did. This background took me about an hour to paint this whole thing, because I did it wet on wet, which means the primer acted as a watercolor thing, and really worked out nice, because the whole thing was wet, and then I just tapped in the sunset while it was wet, so it just was so super smooth. And it's no different than painting a watercolor on anything else.
The camera's next
it's
to you.
just with giant brushes. I'm using a 4 to 5 inch brush, or I'm using a
The
roller.
camera's next to you, not in front of you.
Okay. Oh, I'm talking to you. I wasn't looking at the camera.
Well, don't talk to me.
Oh, well.
The audience is the one asking.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're not. I'm asking for them.
Oh, okay. No, I forgot what camera was. But as you can see, I'm pumping some buildings. There you go. That's perfect. Mike. No, you're perfect. I needed something to lean on anyway. Mike, or Cameron, don't you have Lean On Me somewhere with all your liberalism today? All your liberal videos?
Not Lean On Me. There's a few, but not Lean On Me. Although they were singing that at the protest yesterday. Actually, in many protests across the country. So apparently, Saturday is a big day. Today is a big day for protests. So expect to see some more information on the news about all that going on across the country. Today is one of the big days.
Coronavirus, do it. I know. Did y'all forget there's a coronavirus out there? Because I'm just bringing up.
The cop did ask me that.
Because that's really pretty important, y'all. This crap ain't over. Let's not run out and go across state and stay at your aunt's house that you've never met.
Let's not do that.
Do that. It's very dangerous to travel to another state and see your family that you've never met. With your whole family, some of them who are in their 80s.
Chrissy says, love that sky. Chrissy, good to see you.
Oh, Chrissy.
Thanks for watching.
My cousin has a beautiful ranch out in Beaver, I guess you call it. And she's always sending me great pictures of her sunset. We are so blessed.
Sunset and stars.
And switch over to Mike there. We are so blessed to live here. We have these beautiful sunsets. We get to see this every night. In fact, if I can keep this going before I get too tired, I'm going to try to get Mike to Skype outside with me. And we'll show you the sunset mural on the outside of this building we're in. We're at the shipping and receiving building. There's a bar in the back that is currently closed because of the coronavirus. But a lot of people...
He just got a little bit of corona caught in his throat, so...
Sorry. But a lot of people here live in the building, and a lot of cool people work out of the building, and recording studio here. Leon Bridges recorded his first album, River, in this room, about where we're sitting. I guess a little throwdown on my friend Leon. Anyway, so that's about it around here. Cameron just found his
business cards.
Propaganda.
Yeah, business card propaganda. It is miniature propaganda to get people to remember me.
I actually insisted when he was first starting his business that he had every business card planned out.
They're in my briefcase.
One thing that was cool about that Fox 4 thing that my narcissism wants to tell you now is that there's Cameron, you need a movie, he's the man. Is that before I left, the phone was ringing. Before I left to come down here, I picked up the phone and the guy's like, "Hey, is this Brad Smith, the artist?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure is." He's like, "Hey, I saw that thing on Fox 4, great piece." I'm like, "Hey, thank you, yeah." He's like, "Listen, I'm a poet over here in Dallas,
and he knows it."
And that's stupid. That's corny, and that love it. So, and so he's like, "Hey, I was wondering if you could draw a picture for me, like a backdrop for my poetry." I'm like, "Oh, well, where are you going to publish it? You know, I don't want to hear about this." And so it made me do a collaboration. It's always kind of fun, you know. I've done this kind of thing for songwriters and stuff, and you think with their album cover when they show you the lyrics or play something.
Does Fox have a late night show? I don't think they do.
Everyone thinks he's going to be on late
Hey,
night.
what color do you want the third building? The third building would be orange. No, we got enough orange. That would be maroon. No, it would be black with
The shadow building?
No, it's going to be black with lights coming on. Sunset. Right. That's always good.
No, what I was saying is because they're going to be re-showing the show tonight, or the thing tonight around 10 on the news program, which is about half an hour. So they're actually taking up a lot of real estate, which is like really, really cool for them to do.
Yeah, because
but a lot of that's when people are going to be watching all the late night shows. And
oh yeah,
just lead-ins to the late night shows.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the Fox 4.
So maybe more people will be watching and we'll get some more collaborations out of it.
Cameron used to go over there when he was a kid. They would show him while I was painting a mural.
I only knew how to tie one knot.
And yeah, and the weather guy Evan and those guys would just take him and show him how they were getting the weather and keep him busy while I was painting on camera. And I think it was a cool concept, man, to be getting the news and having the news behind you, painting the backdrop, and all the bands.
Because the Corona thing happening, all the film crews, although LA did just announce they're allowed to get back to filming on the truck.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's awesome.
Under certain guidelines. But, but they, what's interesting about the news, when we went to the news, is it's a huge production, but they have it so down that it was almost, I mean, other than them not being able to use the studio, it was almost Corona-proof because the whole crew was like 15 people.
Yeah.
Putting out this really high-produced show because they do it every single day for hours and hours. And also, who else wants to wake up that early?
Yeah.
They can only find 15 people in all of DFW to actually.
Yeah.
But so like this Corona thing, all the productions in the country are being like, how can we do this with only, the 5 people?
Yeah.
And the morning shows are all like, we've been doing that for years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, so anyway, we're just having a good old day today, and how are you doing over there, Mike? Or you got Corona breaking news? Mike's got buildings coming in there. Mike, that next building is going to be a greater version of the one you just painted.
We're getting into nighttime.
Now we're doing a wet on wet, so as soon as Mike
Wait.
take a shot, wet on wet. All right, that's looking cool already, y'all. I am loving it. The
Oh
White
yeah,
House.
it looks like it's in the shadow.
Yeah,
The rest of the Mary Jane Museum.
yeah.
And you can see it kind of disappearing off into the distance. The city is.
Yeah. it's
That's how
getting
you.
further
That's
away.
how you kind of transition from one scene to another.
Right. In reality, Oak Cliff there is, in actuality, less cityfied. You won't see as many city buildings anywhere. Although there is a giant giraffe. There's a statue that can't catch the corona that's going in there behind on the other side. Which is a little special feature of
Little Easter egg.
Little Easter egg, which you will see in person if they let us have guests in here in the Corona Gallery and shipping and receiving.
Maybe. One day.
One day. I'm going to keep painting until they let you all in here. I insist.
I mean, if people can gather in the same way that they're doing the protests, although one thing that's not great about the protests is the tear gas is literally making people with their bodily fluids get all over all the other people.
That's true.
Luckily, in a lot of places, the peaceful protests, most of them are wearing masks and keeping distance as best as they can.
Does that dampen down the effect of the freaking tear gas?
What? The masks? No, because it gets in through
Their eyes.
everything.
Yeah, that's a bad policy.
So that's not great, but it's that's more dangerous. So, but what I'm saying is, in terms of being able to have people over once this place is open, as long as we keep our distance and essentially have a peaceful protest, not that we're protesting, but the same way that they're doing it, keeping people's distance, keep wearing masks, and not like crying and vomiting on each other.
Yeah.
You should be okay to have people in here, even if the vaccine hasn't been fully dispersed.
Well, that haircut lady over in Dallas, she's over.
She is. She has been.
Okay, we'll throw her out there as an example and just show everybody. So, y'all, I got 20 more feet. And by the time I get done with 20 more feet, I'll almost guarantee it. Like July 15th, we can have our show. How's that? That's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, if film production crews can resume on the 12th.
Prayer chain, people. Prayer chain.
So, that'd be cool. We could do like a little season wrap for the show.
Yeah, because
election canvas probably.
We are going to come back strong with the election canvas. And anybody that wants to participate, let me know if you have poetry or feasible commentary.
We might take a week off. That'll be our summer break, but
and I do have Betzo's contact information, so I will ask him.
That'd be cool.
Anybody that knows any professional politicians, even though I don't know if Betzo is that now.
I don't think so.
If you know a Hillary, or if you know, hey, one thing I wanted to say, I flipped through the channels because Cameron took off all of my channels.
Which we still need to cancel.
And I have an app now that I just can flip through all the
Yes, the Roku,
y'all. Roku, y'all. It's fantastic. And I flip it on Fox every once in a while just to see everybody. I'm trying to be objective about all this. Once in a while, white folks, Fox fans, or whatever you call them.
White folks.
White folks. And Sean Hannity was also agreeing. This is Sean Hannity, who I've never agreed with, so it was kind of scary. Us liberals, not even in a Democratic Party or anything, vote, but I'm an independent.
He did campaign stuff for Bush Quayle.
Yeah, come on. Most of my friends are in Texas, man. A lot of my friends are Republicans. I voted Republican back in the day for Ronald Reagan. All the Bushes, because they're Texans. You got to vote for a Texan if they're an Texans have. And so anyway, we've run into Bushes quite a bit in my life for some reason. It's ridiculous. Now to find out that George Bush is an artist, I'm going to invite George on the show. So George, if you're listening, come over and paint my canvas.
Or if you have a contact at the Crawford Ranch.
You remember my back in the saddle? I gave your brother Neil t-shirts for everybody. I had the buttons I made with the bush quail back in the saddle again, and my button was the #1 selling button at the convention. It was here in Houston in the Astrodome there, and I had done murals in the hotels there at the Astrodome. So the president, or the head dude over there, my friend Carl, but said, hey, come over and meet everybody. I'll give you the passes to everybody. So I was writing the thing. So meeting all Ed Bradley, everybody, Cokie Roberts. Oh my God.
These are all very dated names. You're saying.
You don't know who Cokie Roberts is?
No, I'm not familiar with the campaign manager from Bush Quail in 1993.
These are 60 Minutes style Cokie Roberts. You know, she recently passed. She's a great journalist. And you get to hang out with them and hear their perspectives on this whole thing. That was when Bill with Bush Quail, and it was weird. The party changed, right? They're much more crazy. And everybody there was going, oh my God, I wish there's one guy, what was his name? He has a sister.
I was only very. Yeah, I was only.
My wife
just.
Anyway, it's old school politics. So, I just wanted to put this. Sorry.
Laws and game. Bring it back.
Bring it
back
to
home,
inviting President George Bush, with all due respect, to come over and paint on this last 20 feet or 200 feet.
That'd be
promise I will let y'all take my
No gotcha
temperature.
questions. We don't do that
talk
anyway.
about politics unless you want to bring it up. We're mostly here to talk about art. I'm right here on the street, my brother. You're a great painter. We love it that you are using painting as meditation, because it is meditation. And if anybody needs meditating after the stuff y'all have been through as president, I can't even imagine being in that position. You know, I get to hang around here and chill with him all day and paint pictures, so I have no idea what it would be like to have to go through the pressure of being the president. You can put Trump in there, he may be off the wall, but just the respect that I have for the office and physical toll it must take. I respect the fact that you're out there painting, and that's cool. It's a good way to move forward. Anybody could paint. I'm telling you, this stuff is practice. I got little kids out there, man. We got to get people out here painting some of these old buildings and crap, man. A lot of the painters are passed away that I learned from, because billboards got done by computers. So nobody could go out and paint a photo on a billboard, except for me and a couple of Style Reed. And just a few people, Frank Campagna over in Dallas.
Frank Campagna?
Am I monologuing? Because I don't mean to. Just like any chance I can talk about art, I just love the idea.
It's hard for me to tell because I can't read this watch, but it feels like you're monologuing a little bit.
Sorry about that. I think I say on topic all the time, so that's key for me.
Yeah, that's not bad. You're growing.
I'm growing.
As a television personality.
Yeah.
Now that he's on the news station.
I should actually start wearing a tie.
Yeah. You should learn how to tie a tie. And then,
Emma,
start
if
wearing
Red
it.
Tats, when you start sewing a tie on my shirt, so I don't have to worry about
Actually, that would be cool. Emma, if you could make me a tie, just one, with some ooh, that would be cool. A splatter paint tie?
Yeah, hey, send me some fabric.
Ooh, that would be cool.
I'll wear it around my neck.
But with the Brad Smith like bottom or something?
At some point, I'll actually be back to painting. Mike, how you doing with the building?
Let's find out.
Let's go back to Mike. Oh, he's out of Pilton, y'all.
He's out of Pilton.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to skip a little
Mike's
space.
only got like half another hour, so.
I'm going to skip a little space.
Skip to the loo.
And leave a little bit of sun coming back there. And this is Mike's choice what color he wants to go on this set of buildings, okay?
Oh, such freedom.
He's earned the right
Such
to
creativity.
choose the colors.
So collaborative.
He's a color expert, in fact. And Mike also...
Mike, did you hear that? You get to choose the color of a 4x4 square. Wow.
No, I just painted that one in, but this is a building he gets to paint. Here's the color of, okay? I want you to think of it as silver, Mike. I'm not telling you what color. I'm just saying any color sounds good as long as it's
It feels like silver.
Ish. No, you do it however you want to do it, Mike. This is your thing.
But if you're thinking in a metallic kind of, not quite black, not quite white, you know, kind of reflective.
Mike has a black experience because he used to produce hip-hop records back in the day when we were young. Remember that, Mike?
Yeah. Mike probably doesn't want to talk about any of that.
Well, I wish he would. Because, man, he loves music and he now makes music, but back then he was working as a producer to learn how to produce records and stuff. Yeah. And you killed it, man. People don't realize that about you. You're so quiet.
Like Tyler Sass?
Yeah, oh, that's right. I see what you're saying. But I'm just saying, I'd like to hear some Mike's music. If you go to Mike Six Hustle on Instagram,
I got a little bit of that.
He's got a little bit of his music up there. He also plays the drums. Right?
But it's not about the guy, it's about the art.
Well, Mike is an artist that works with me and he does many mediums. He writes poetry and lyrics. You know? We don't have to limit ourselves and put ourselves in a box.
There's no limits, Brad.
No limits. We're just making paintings and art. Nothing that even has to structurally succeed.
If there's anything that during the coronavirus that the world has figured out is that, hey, you can be multi-talented or at least dabble in lots of things. You can read a bunch, you can write a bunch, you can draw a bunch, you can make music a bunch.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Instead of wasting time on those ridiculous video games that I've spent 20 years learning how to play.
I hate video games.
I'm on a sabbatical from video games.
That makes one of you, Mike.
I have.
Cameron, you don't play video games? No, that makes one of you. Everyone else in this room loves video games.
Oh, you love video games?
But we love the storytelling aspect of video games. Although, not so much my father, because he loves his Madden.
I like the escapism of it. So, like, I can disappear into that game for a couple hours, you know, instead of quit micromanaging everything in my world, my bubble. Anybody that can see this is, I don't know where my camera is.
Nowhere.
Okay.
Let me change it. Hold on.
No, Mike's still working there. Just keep it on Mike. Y'all, this camera can see me a little bit behind you.
Not really.
I'm painting here. No, your camera can. From your computer.
Oh.
I'm over here. It's not going to be detailed, but all I'm doing is in the shadow area behind this bubble, what I'm actually doing is putting shingles in here. I'm continuing the shingles in a darker color.
Yikes.
Okay. So that's that, and that way you can really see them. Like, you don't want to get too busy. Like if you're drawing bricks, sometimes you can get crazy with it, and then all you see are the bricks. But if you can make these colors kind of subtle, and that works out cool, even though I know I just messed it up a little bit. But now during the week, check my Instagram at Brad Smith Fine Art, because I do post pictures of what I'm doing during the week on the painting.
Daily updates, y'all.
Daily updates, and sometimes it's.
And if you like learning some stuff from Brad, please give this show a share. Please share and comment why you like it, why you hate it, why you love the KKK. No, don't do that. So just, you know, help support our show. Order a print at bradsmithart.com. Give us a tip. Buy some merch. Links to all those things in the description. Yes. There you go. But sharing especially. Subscribe to us on YouTube if you're watching us on YouTube, please. All of that really, really helps the algorithm so that we're not out here yelling at nobody.
And also, we do have an international crowd because my friend in Dubai does watch it. So hey out there.
Mystery friend in Dubai. Chris Ivy says, put the GoPro on Brad's head. Funny enough, that was the original plan, but apparently the GoPro, while it's streaming to the computer here, does not work so well with movement, unfortunately. And if you can go back to episode probably 8 or something, maybe 7, 6, I don't know, one of those.
Yeah, you want to talk about stabilization problems.
Ooh, that was bad. That
Wow,
was bad.
that was bad.
Long-time
That's
fans.
what GoPro was for, man. I don't know, maybe.
Long-time fans of now.
You got to admit my sound is better this week because I was trying to do those earphones he had last week and nobody heard all the great art lessons.
He just discovered this week how nifty earphones are when you're doing chores.
Oh man, I mowed the whole lawn. And I don't even remember because I got to put my Spotify in my ear and I couldn't. It's fantastic.
Wow, headphone
Whoa.
technology. It's been
Oh
around
my
since
God.
you were a child, but he's just now getting into it.
That was cool. So mowing, here I come. It's already ready for mowing.
Anybody have any lawns to mow? He's starting
No,
up a
I've got
business.
plenty of lawn.
Him and a bunch of 13-year-olds are starting up a mowing the lawn business.
Interestingly enough, when I was 13, I did something.
I always mowed the lawn when you made me.
I love mowing the lawn.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you would just kick me off.
Yeah, I don't
and then break the mower.
Yeah, I break them a lot, but I do like riding around because you can really disappear. Unless you're a black man cooking your barbecue.
They'll think it's
grill
a
with cops
they'll
on
think
it.
it's a weapon or a lawnmower.
Just to stay on topic for what Raw this week, or white people in comparison to what I'm watching. Look at the beautiful deal Mike's painting.
Nope, not that
Break
one.
to Mike's camera. Mike, breaking news. Your piece looks awesome. Oh, thank you.
Oh, look, he went with the silver.
Oh, man.
Where'd you come up with that idea, Mike?
That was subliminal by Brad El Brado. No, that looks fantastic, Mike. Whoa, sorry, I dropped the microphone. My bad. Drink time. You nervous, Brad? No, my freaking canvas is droopy. Just like my drawers. Sorry about the old shorts, y'all, but my canvas is droopy here. An old guy.
Oh, that is part of one of the old canvases too.
Yes, it is. So
makes sense.
there's a lot of old going on in front of your eyes here, y'all. We ran out of canvas, and there's none available.
There's none in the entire country.
Well,
Not
we
even
would
kidding.
say the South. We would say we're in the South. And there's no canvas to be found. So I have found the source. So I'm going to finish this canvas next week. Next week.
He says that he was supposed to do this house today, and that's not even. We haven't even started on it. So
got 80
we've
here.
probably got a
And
few.
next week
We've
I'm
probably got a
finishing.
few weeks left on this
No,
one.
I'm going to crank this out. It's just I'm getting a lot of commissions, y'all, and I'm rolling with the paychecks instead of the free funds. This does not pay the bills unless you buy stuff from Thread Tats.
Thread
ladies and
Tats.
gentlemen.
I already did the plug a few minutes ago, so I'm not going to do it that much.
For those who are interested, this is a staple gun. JT21 is what they call it. This is a piece of canvas. You can staple a piece of canvas to your wall and paint on it. It'll shrink to size, and you'll have what looks like a mural on the wall. And next time you move, you take it with you. You roll it up on a Christmas tube and take it with you. Oh, bam.
Or a pool noodle.
I just showed you the secret of
I'm not so comfortable
my
you
own-
waving guns around my face.
own business model, okay? JT21 it's called. It's
Can
like
we get some Brad Smith? Emma, make some Brad Smith staplers.
Yes. I'm gonna get some merch.
Staple merch.
You can
We
staple
should
cameras.
do a line of art supplies. That would be cool.
I'm going to, just like Bob Ross art supplies.
Because you could totally make like paint instead of the coffee creamers. You could do because that's not a thing that exists. Or you could
No, I'm
play
gonna
with
do
the
it.
stapler.
I've got some marketing guys. I'm gonna design some products one of these weeks for.
Anyway, if there's anybody out there that manages like an art supplies company,
Give me a call. I'd really like that.
now it's a pump.
It would be fantastic, wouldn't it, y'all?
That would be cool. You could get actual Brad Smith. Anyway.
This
Watch
guy-
where you're shooting that thing.
Sorry.
Don't point it at me.
It has no electric light.
They do make ones that have like electric.
Don't impede on my rights. I have the right to carry a stapler whenever I want to.
It's true.
You said what?
Don't make me John Wick.
What? What? You offended my dog. Stole my drawing. Brad John Wick. I'm Brad John Wick. I'm trying to retire. What'd you say to me? What'd you say to my dog? Yeah, that's doing too far, y'all. I'm going back to the game. Mike, how are you doing? Mike's doing great. I'm stable in Canada. I'm about to go show y'all. Mike, did you get your buildings done? Those look fantastic.
He's off. He's napping somewhere.
I'm gonna now, real quick before we change the camera pose, the camera positioning, I'm going to paint some windows in there that are lit up.
Oh yeah. So what's the technique for that?
Okay, my brother. Say bye to everything.
I need to just solve family problems.
Okay.
That's all you ever do, Mike.
Mike, family therapist, has got to go. He also,
Thanks for painting in the stuff.
Thank you for painting that, Mike. Come over here and stand by me and tell that camera right there that you appreciate it.
And that you love them.
And
And that you will care for them. And that they're pretty.
So you appreciate that.
Yes, I do appreciate y'all.
Okay. And thanks for watching and thanks for coming over, Mike. You are my pro. And I'll see you. Social distance. We don't social distance because we work too close already. So we'll see you, Mike. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon.
See
Call me
everyone
tomorrow.
later.
In fact.
See ya,
Karen's
Mike.
yawning. I hope he's not yawning.
I wasn't on camera. I changed the camera shot before I.
Okay, so
yawned.
here's what I'm doing.
Still
Y'all.
hurt.
I'm just taking some white paint over what Mike left and priming his color to have some glitter in it. So that this is sort of patternized, but it's different patterns because you never know who's got their windows lit up. The sun's setting, so of course on the back side those are going to really show up really bright. Now I'm painting it in with white just to use it as a primer because I will go back and put some yellow and different colors in there because each window has whatever different light those people have going on. It's hard to anticipate what somebody else. They're not often in certain parts of town. They're not often a uniform color. They're usually look sparkly.
What'd you say about uniforms?
Huh?
Nothing.
I'm sorry, Cam. I'm trying to make it back that way so I can hear you. See how that looks? Can you see that, Cam?
Yeah, it looks great. It looks like something from the Batman animated series.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Batman. I mean, that's as winning as you can get. That's as classic old school as you can get versus the Batman series.
So here's the photograph that he was supposed to be using as reference.
But I just went ahead and built it, and
it feels like a city.
It's cooler like this, just making it up, you know. It's more freeform.
It's just shapes.
Yeah, they're just shapes, and it adds. It helps the eye come a little bit closer here. You skip a little bit, so you give the eye a little bit of a rest right here. Then all of a sudden you look right here, and here's the White House. Now, I wonder if I should put like Grandma up here in a rocking chair, looking out, because everybody's on the social. Can you see that, Cam?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Grandma's up here, and I hate to say she's a stereotype of Grandma, so I'm going to actually put her hair sort of...
Arwen asks, is there a police cruiser or any police presence in the mural?
Yes.
Oh, you just wait, Arwen.
Just let me get Grandma in here and you're going to see.
Oh, wait, here, I can switch to my camera. Right here. Holding up this guy who's grilling.
Okay, that's going to be Grandma up here, okay? And she's a cool Grandma, so
She's the white grandma. She's very white. That doesn't mean she's not cool. She's probably smoking up in the attic like my dad used to do at my brother's house. Sorry, Craig, I gotta tell you, when Dad was there, he was up in his room on the second floor, smoking the cigarettes. She's smoking away. Grandma's up there smoking away. And nobody cares because she's under the pandemic. She can do whatever she wants to. She's got a full head of hair. Anyway, I'll go back in there and add some color to it. But right now I'm just kind of brushing in the concept. You know, it's just paint, so there's no mistakes. So you can just kind of like just paint away. You can always fix anything if you just paint over it. You don't even really have to let people see it. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, everybody's going to make fun of it if it doesn't look perfect. Well, don't show it to anybody until you feel confident enough. And then you just keep working until you feel confident enough. And then once somebody does see it, they're like, oh, man, excellent. I'll give you money for that. And then you're like, whoa, I guess it is good. And all of a sudden you've got your own business. We need to encourage that, you know.
One thing that is super cool is, I was just thinking about it, the Corona Canvas is the title of the show, but was on a, Fox 4 titled that segment, Corona Canvas, Brad and Cam, and Jack Ray came to just another level of how interactive our show is, that we try to make it. Uncle Jack Ray came up with that title, Corona Canvas, during our second stream when we were trying to come up with what the name of this show would be. Or maybe the first stream even. But
yeah, and that's super cool because if you think about it, it's the best idea because our limited brains didn't come up with it. We crowdsourced it.
Yep.
Crowdsourced some ideas. So this, I have my hand on the throttle here. I'm driving this thing, but y'all are the gas. So y'all feel free to comment. I don't know why we have Chris, did you take a nap?
yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, actually it is starting to get, you can see how much darker it is in here already. So,
But let's switch over to this next camera, and I want to show everybody what I'm doing, because I got to finish this combo. Okay. I'm done with that. Grandma's up there toking away.
Alright, so where are we moving? To the second
I'm
house?
moving to the second house so I can tell my narrative.
Alright,
for the
let
day.
me do it.
We haven't been preachy enough today, y'all.
No, not done.
So I'm going to bust it down a little bit for the timid fan.
We only got one person that was mad at us for being anti-KKK, so
we're
that's a
doing
win.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's a win for Burleson, Texas.
I would hope our audience is much brighter than that, and if you're not, we're not interested. Please go away.
Let's cut to the wide angle. There we go.
I've been spoon-fed all this, so y'all be leery of things I'm doing and saying.
Here we go. Alright, I got you on the wide angle here.
Okay, hey, I got my microphone right here. Can you see what I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, y'all, this is a U.S. veteran right here. And
How are you going to indicate that?
I haven't decided. That's what I was going to ask the audience, if they had any idea about how to...
Maybe there's a tree with like one of those veteran ribbons around it or something?
There's got to be something I can do to make everybody know he's a veteran. But what he's getting in trouble for is because he's got a fire going. Okay? And nobody likes a fire in these times. So, he's getting in trouble. We know this happens. There's a big old blazing fire.
That looks like a riot to me.
Definitely a riot. Some red coming out of there. There's definitely something going on at this dude's house.
There's something burning in that pit.
Yes.
We should investigate it with our guy.
Please. It's some steaks. Hello. I'll put a nice bunch of sirloins on here. But tell me that doesn't look delish. Wait, the African American gentleman who fought in the military in Iraq, probably. Oh wait, I'm being spoon-fed this, and I have a mental disorder, so I must not have any compassion for this guy. He is getting hassled by the cops, while the white family has got a new fence, and they haven't noticed. Although we don't know that, because we don't know what the white family is going through at the White House. This is the kind of stuff I think about while I'm painting, if you're wondering why I'm talking to myself. I just usually don't have a microphone sitting around and I'm telling Cameron this kind of stuff, and he's like, slow down a little, you're getting too serious.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares about what you're thinking. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Let me just paint John Wayne in there then. Be done with it.
John Wayne Witt.
John Wayne Gay. Yeah. That's funny. Now, Cameron, it is funny. It keeps this thing going. It is much nicer to hear Cameron this week.
Yeah, last week I was too far away because they were doing so much of the canvas that to get in the shot we needed to be pretty far away, but he can mostly hear me now.
Yeah, so he's just trying to cook some food here. He's a war veteran as far as I can see. He might even be a cop himself. Maybe I should make him a policeman himself.
No, because there are African American policemen that are part of the problem as well.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's the system. It's systematic. So, you know, as I mean, you were getting lunch during the Burleson protest video that I made, but as one of the persons said, it's not just a race problem; it's also a systematic problem.
Yeah, that's true. Do you want to talk about something I saw this week, which was interesting?
Did you see it, or should you talk about it if you're the one who saw it? Or
no, I saw this on Facebook. I actually commented. Person, I won't mention who it was, I don't even remember right now. It might have been my sister. Said all lives matter. And that whole issue is pretty explosive this week because everybody's talking about no, Black Lives Matter. And,
so, fellow white people, that's probably not a good way to, that sounded condescending. It wasn't. Wasn't intended.
What
anyway,
I said?
No, me starting off the thing by saying fellow white people. So the reason you shouldn't say all lives matter, while the sentiment is 100% true, the way I've seen it phrased is all lives matter, and black lives matter too. Or all lives don't matter until black lives actually matter. And so when you say all lives matter, especially in retaliation to when someone said Black Lives Matter, it's dismissive of their entire plight.
Right. While you're trying to be inclusive, you're actually
being exclusive.
Exclusive, because we're not talking about everyone's plight.
The Black Lives Matter movement isn't about
our
everyone.
experience.
It's about their experience with
us.
injustice. Yeah.
Not necessarily us as perpetrators of racism, but us as society in general.
It's like if I broke my leg, which I've never broken a bone, if I did, went into his house or went into my home and said, hey, take me to the hospital, I've broken my leg, and he's like, well, what about my legs? All legs matter. He's walking around just fine.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good way to look at it. I'm trying not to be condescending to anybody, especially my own sister, but I know everybody.
I mean, because the sentiment is understandable. Yeah.
But let me paint cop car.
And the thing about it being institutional is it's not saying that white people don't experience bigotry or suffering or anything. It's that there are systems that are set up intentionally to make it worse for people of color. So it's not, even though you might have a personal experience and a personal upbringing that might be as bad or worse than a person of color that you might know, it's still not institutional that you're experiencing it. Anyway.
Yeah. So, okay, have we got the camera on what I'm doing?
Yes, we do.
Let's focus back on what the art is about today. And it is about this African-American guy, much like Mr. George. There's an overreaction there.
Arwen says, apparently I'm spoon-fed and have a mental disorder, so you're in good company.
All right, I knew my friends and family were just like me. I actually care about people, and
Arwen, thanks for sharing as well.
yes, no kidding, Arwen. You are awesome. Thank you. Arwen's a fellow artist. She makes like movie sets, or what was it? I can't remember, but it's just nice having people that are in the same mindset as you are. And so
we do want to commend Fort Worth because we're in Fort Worth. The Fort Worth Police Department, aside from one incident on this 7th Street Bridge, has been absolutely amazing. There was one time that they brought out the SWAT guys, the riot guys, and the police chief took all that gear off, started talking to the protesters, and said, and the protesters were like, we're not leaving until the riot guys leave. So the police chief was like, okay. And he told all the riot guys to leave because that's obviously an intimidating and escalating force. So they, and he talked to them, and they're instituting change with the assistance of the people that are crying for change. So there's progress being made, and there's legislation that's being tossed around. Obviously, the government takes a long time to get anything moving, but
yeah, so maybe this will be finally, you know, everybody thought symbolically when Obama got elected that would be enough change, and like the country was all of a sudden ready to change, and then it's like when the next dude came along, there was a total backlash, and everything that guy put in, including the insurance that helped my own wife, we had really good insurance, they want to abolish it, so a lot of people find that offensive. You know, I used to be a Republican, and like it just hurt my feelings that they didn't realize how hard it is as a self-employed artist in a town where
small business owner.
Yeah, in a town where I'm one of the only full-time artists in the whole city. I mean, there might be a dozen of us, and not many in the area. And you know, it's hard to afford $1,200–1,500 a month for you and your wife, but fortunately through the exchange we were able to get a good rate. And I'm not trying to get preachy here, I'm just saying, come on, y'all. We should take care of the people that, you know, small business is half of our country. If we all go out of business because the economy crashes every time and we die from cancer because we don't have insurance, you're not going to have any artists that can paint murals anywhere.
Or you get in a car wreck.
Yeah, when
something random happens.
Tragic happens, you know? So, anyway, that's how liberals and us
liberal lodges,
crazy people talk about other people we live around. Now, as anybody can see, I don't know if you can see the guy from Antifa up here, but we don't know if it's a cop or not. I mean, if somebody's pointing a gun at you, do you always know what's happening, you know? I know the police feel the same way, so I'm going to draw this other cop over here. He's actually quite frightened to shoot in the window, but he is pretty frightened. Now, one thing that's cool about painting, can anybody see that if I got my camera on?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that I get to put circles here. And of course, there's a lot of squareness going on. So if I can get this circle thing going, that'll give my painting a lot more harmony. So everything's not going one direction. It's all the shapes. It's also some groove where you put your groove is in the shadows when you're everything's so structural. I've got all my structure and some circles, but now what I'm going to need is some cool shadowy stuff that is just sort of like nature going across. It's not round, it's more flat. It gives you a whole different shape underneath that car.
Y'all, I apologize if the stream is getting spotty. I think we're on the internet for this place, which is like lofts, apartments, and we're using their internet. And I think a lot of people are getting home from work or something because our internet speed is dwindling as we speak. So it's still we're only about 10% laggy, drop frames. But if there's intermittent interruption, that would be the cause, so I apologize about that. But we got, I don't know, we'll see how much energy we have, and as the sun goes down, it's still pretty bright in here, thankfully. But it's 6:30 now, and we'll see where we go from there.
Well, I don't know who told anybody it was hard to do this, but I'm just at like work. This is what we're doing anyway, so the fact that he's got a camera on is really not that much trouble for me. Instead of talking to myself, I get to actually talk to y'all who have joined me today, and I appreciate it very much. As the artist knows, it's lonely up in here, y'all.
So what's this blue ninja guy doing?
The blue ninja guy is going to be the other cop that's kind of scared.
Okay.
I'm going to take the policeman's view with him because he doesn't really want trouble. The one guy's gung-ho, but we don't know if he's Antifa, which is just a word I've thrown around. I don't know if any of us know who that is. Somebody does. I don't know if it's just anarchists.
They're not an organization, so it's hard to know.
Somebody was telling me that Antifa were Democrats, and I'm like, well, I thought they were anarchists. Democrats wouldn't be involved in a political party if they actually wanted anarchy. So that doesn't make any sense. Anybody that wants to comment is welcome to challenge me on that, but I'm just thinking this stuff through, y'all. People that care about social justice and go out and take the time to vote probably aren't the same people burning down buildings. They're the people who are really angry.
In fact, there's more evidence from the police chiefs and the mayors of the census coming in from out of state and out of city that are doing all the looting.
Now, is that true, or is that just a rumor?
No, that's what the police chiefs had said. Of Minneapolis, 80% of the people they arrested were white and from out of state.
Oh, really?
And the one that they caught burning down, they arrested him, but it was burning down the historic Nashville courthouse. He was part of he had white supremacist tattoos and was part of a white supremacist group.
Wow.
It's happening all over the place, but there's not as many riots anymore, thankfully. But tonight's a big night, another big night, because it's Saturday and people are working, so...
So are they real worried about tonight?
I don't know. Like, the amount of riots has been decreasing over time, so...
Well, they already got all the loot.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, everybody stepped up their security. And plus, maybe people are feeling like they were heard, that they're not part of the looters, Like, there for a little bit it got crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, still, there was like tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people protesting, and maybe 1% of them were looting.
Yeah.
And doing all the damage. And a lot of those were anarchists, like you said, instigating things. So
yeah,
it's a little dismissive look at the hundreds of thousands of people that are actually trying to say something.
Well, I'm glad we've got it all figured out for two average white dudes.
Yeah, we're solving all the world's problems.
You know it.
One brush stroke at a time.
That's exactly right. So can you all see what I'm doing? I'm really enjoying where this is going. This is going to be cool. I'm going to keep the air on and maybe come back this week, or haven't turned the air back on, because it is getting hot in here during the day, y'all.
We're in the upper 90s part of Texas.
Yeah, so it's getting BAD, bad. Painting away here. So we'll go till 7, y'all, and we appreciate y'all joining us. If you're new viewers, get online and post something to us if you're still out there.
Wayne says to make the cop car more realistic, put a brick through the windshield, and Chris asks what kind of meat is on the grill. He's hungry.
Oh, nice. Those are steaks. I'm a meat man.
Yeah, Chris, one day when you come over without your camera, we'll start grilling some stuff. We do it frequently.
Without a camera.
That's what I just said.
Okay. Okay, Wayno, there you go, man. The cop car has a brick through the window.
There you go, instantly.
Did it get thrown in there because of a construction site on the premises, like so many people wrongly presumed here in Dallas? The bricks, it turned out it was just bricks that were there for construction, and it wasn't Antifa or those crazy liberals.
If you've noticed, there's a lot of construction from TechStop.
I'll bet anarchists come with their supplies ahead of time. I don't know. I'd like to hear Wayno comment on all this, because he's up in a different part of the country. I'd like to see what they think. You know, what's happening where he's at. Anybody that wants to comment, Cameron and I are here. We're not doing anything. This is what we do for fun and work, so it's pretty exciting around here. We ate like a couple animals.
Greasy cheeseburgers. It was y'all's idea.
Which was fantastic, but Mike almost fell asleep in the chair after that.
He did.
And
well, he painted 4 buildings. So.
I know, but I'm glad he came, even though I didn't get to a lot of his work today. I just like seeing him, and
yeah, he's a supporting character of this show.
People love seeing Mike. He's a sweetheart. Dude can paint stroke for stroke with me in my style. That's pretty sweet. Wayno, how's that looking, my brother? That looks for bricks.
Okay, Christy suggests, what about a flagpole in the African American guy's yard, and possibly being able to see framed medals through the window?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good, like one of those. Remember in war veterans when they were POWs? I might be dating myself here, maybe too old, but POWs used to have a flag that said POW on it, you know? And that might be a great idea. Thank you, Chrissy. That's a really good idea. I'm definitely doing that. I actually could put that right there, Chrissy, because you got to put as many American flags in there as you can. We are talking about America. I'm an American artist. We're talking about America, even though I know this goes around everywhere, and it's not just America. But for our context, I'm talking about America.
Wayne says there's protests everywhere and often and excessive looting.
Wayne, is it helping? Making any difference?
Well, I mean,
is it safe? Ask him if it's safe out there. I can understand protesting. How safe is it, my brother? Wayne's literally my former brother-in-law, who, of course, I still have a relationship with. Just because my sister couldn't get along doesn't mean I can't get along with him. Anyway, not to be preachy again. Sorry about all the preaching. This was a bad week for everybody. And then we get out there and somebody gives us an open door to go yell and complain about something that really bothers us, and it got bad. Hopefully we're reeling it in and going to make some change. That was cool what the NFL did. Finally, Roger Goodell came out.
Wayne says it's safe now, but he wouldn't have gone near Chicago last week. He's around the Chicago area.
Wow.
He said it was bad last week.
Wow.
But it's safe now.
Well, that's good, man. We're making progress. You know, everywhere. Hopefully we're making progress. Can y'all see that okay?
Oh, that's great.
I don't know how that's how that looks.
It's emblematic of whatever it is.
Yeah, y'all, I will get in here this week and post some stuff and get it looking better. Okay, and here's a brick laying right here. Good idea, Wayne.
Maybe that Arwen suggests putting a pile of bricks near some construction, or like a wall construction somewhere.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Somewhere on the road.
Yes, that's a good idea. By the theater or something. That's a great idea. Collaboration, people. All right, now here's one thing I'm going to do real quick while I'm here. I'm going to highlight this Antifa cop here. I know I'm not saying all cops are actually in Antifa, but I'm saying this guy around this corner looks a little suspicious. I know if you look at a SWAT team and you're running, you might think they just might be gangsters. Am I right? Anybody? Come on with me. Tell me. You got these bad to the bone guns. You don't know what's happening. They're drawing on you. You're barbecuing. Next thing you know, you can't breathe.
Chrissy suggests putting POW on the apron. Like he's got a
Oh,
special
yeah.
veteran apron or something.
Oh yeah, Chrissy, you are brilliant. Thank you. See how much easier this is on me? I just have to do it. POW, thank you. That's why he's dressed in red, white, and blue, if you hadn't noticed.
He's an American prisoner of war.
At this point,
Essentially,
he
I
is.
mean, he's an African American. Yeah, essentially.
He's a POW, yes.
Person of wokeness.
Oh. And it's POW, which is also the sound of a gunshot.
What? What are you? What?
POW, how does that look, y'all?
That looks good.
That's cool. Now
The
I'm
camera's
putting
not
on.
HD enough to really see it, but it's.
You want me to move the camera?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'm going to put some highlights on his red shirt, just so we all know he's an American and a veteran. And all around good guy, making some steaks.
So I did have another intermission. Well, I guess it would be the closing thing. It's an hour-long break, but it features a rare full interview with MLK and some more music and stuff. But if we're gonna end at 7, we'll just end it.
I'm open, Cameron. If see what the audience thinks. If they're getting bored with this, I'll go away.
It's good, I don't need to take everyone to school, but it is more interesting and it's timely. But I also, after we end the show, I don't necessarily want to be sitting here for an hour just watching it.
Yeah, that's cool, y'all. We'll just call it.
But I don't know, if you want to keep painting, you can.
Oh, I don't have to be on TV to paint.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So,
I don't know.
I appreciate
let's
y'all.
take a vote, guys, because there's new people in here. There's a really cool, historical perspective, but it's an hour-long little piece, or a few pieces that I put together with music and all sorts of stuff. And we'll come back and see the progress he's made during that, or we can just end it at 7. It's up to you guys.
This is part of the social experiment that we are working in. I am open to anything. This is totally fun to me. I know there's some blue lights, red lights going around everywhere. I'm not sure how all this works. I'm just saying there's got to be some reflecto moving around here somewhere. Little red cutting across. Keep him in blue. You always see on live PD, you see that freaking red and blue on the side of people's house. It's always disturbing.
I don't know what kind of bulbs they have. It's probably all LED now. They've always been so bright.
Yeah, I know it, man. It's crazy. It's irritating. I can hardly watch live PD, and it's not even in my neighborhood.
Not yet. There was actually at the protest yesterday. There was one person when I got there, and I got there late, but there was one person, a big broken down pickup truck that screeched across, was turning a corner and started yelling profanities at everybody. But,
Oh, really? Because
no.
they got slowed down from getting to fast taco?
No, they were just saying how stupid everyone was for protesting, and
Oh, really?
they said F you and all this kind of stuff.
Oh,
but,
that's crazy.
well, let's Burleson. But
No rebel flag?
no, just a beaten down truck.
Oh, I'm disappointed. Without the rebel flag.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I hope nobody was kneeling.
No.
Colin Kaepernick probably really said he
FYI, Brad, Wayne says, having Pine Moore Pizza tomorrow at his sister's at Crystal Lake.
Oh my God, Pine Moore Pizza, could you please put something in box and FedEx?
I don't think it would last in the mail.
Although, we have Jane's Pizza here, which is almost, it's not Pine Moore by any stretch of the imagination, but
It's from Sicily.
Good. It's actually from Sicily. So,
You got lucky. You can ask Zach.
Yeah, Zach definitely came up and had some.
Brittany, good to see you. Thanks.
Brittany,
The
how
one
are
that
you
gave us
doing?
the Mary Jane Museum idea.
Yeah, that's right. Now, if y'all can see what I'm doing.
Everyone can see what you're doing. It's very colorful.
Okay. The reason I'm doing this is because if you watch live PD, there's constantly red lights everywhere and blue lights.
It's
flashing.
alarming. I mean, sirens are, those lights are supposed to be alarming.
Yeah, they're warning everybody.
It is excessive.
Sometimes I bet if you're just trying to cook some food, that shit gets old. And we know it carries off the edge of the buildings. Goes back across. This dude's just trying to cook. And yet, these lights are everywhere. Flippity flop.
Flippity flop. Uh-oh, he's breaking out his African American lingo.
Oh yeah.
He's trying to relate, guys. Watch out. Flippity flop.
Flippity flop. Dude's a POW and he's getting treated like this. Now that's sad. Is it illegal when I get too passionate about my colored fellow human beings?
No.
Okay, I was just wondering. I do that all the time. Carry away, caring about underprivileged people who didn't get a great education like I did.
Y'all, I do apologize about the streaming quality again. It looks like there's a little bit of lag happening.
So the cool, sorry about that, Ken. But the cool part of this, y'all, is that I'm able to take an abstract nature with this a little bit because of all this light I'm trying to throw around. And it doesn't really have to be perfect. I can always just go back over this color since it's just paint and wipe out a bunch of it, if it looks like it's too built up or I'm actually going to take a palette knife and see what happens with that. If I can find one. There we go. This is a very cheap product from Walmart. Walmart art supplies. But rather than using a paintbrush, I'm using this so I can have it go in a lot of different directions. Just like it would on the front of it.
It also adds texture to it as well.
Yeah, and I can always go back over it, so there's no mistake. I really had no plan on doing this dramatic, but it's starting to feel right. Because the rest of the painting's kind of simple. I wanted to try to keep the tones in line with the sky, let that speak. But once I've done that, now it's time to go ahead and add some narrative, as filmmakers call it. Like, why are we caring about this house? Well, because his house is not on fire, but it might as well be. As far as the police are concerned, because he's getting punished whether his house is on fire or not.
All houses matter, Brad.
His house is on fire with the blue and white.
It's probably going to be the first thing you notice, though, when you look at the painting. It's very colorful. Yeah.
That's okay.
No, that's not bad. Because then you see everything happening around it, which gives it even more context.
But you know what? Everything doesn't have to be like a photograph. That's what photographs is for. I'm creating a narrative that's just a reality that I'm witnessing in my own mind with my own eyes, paying attention. It seems like what I'm saying is right on with what most people are thinking. That this has got to stop somehow. How many years did you lose your son?
That's something that I've been, looking at all the songs and the videos that I found for the intermissions. They've literally been saying the same things for decades.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, what's going on?
Oh, yeah.
At Marvin Gaye, literally talking about, was it brothers dying, mothers crying?
Yeah, the Vietnam War is anguish.
Well, and civil rights. And
yeah.
Everything.
I'm not trying to say I'm the first woke white guy.
You aren't, but you did just break my microphone.
Oh, man.
Yes, you stepped on it.
Sorry. Is that back on?
No, you did with your chair.
No, I watched you step on it. The audience saw the cord drop.
Something's wrong here. This is.
You got it.
Okay.
Just face it towards you.
Let me get back to this. I don't know what the front side is, but I'll try it. You hear this on political shows like the lady who was running for president, the African American lady. She said she was that girl who was bused to all white school. I was that white boy who was bused to an all black school. Okay. In 74, 73 maybe, when they had the busing going on. And we were in Fort Hood, Texas. So everybody's dad was already off to war. It didn't matter if you were black or white. You were still miserable. My dad owned a bar in town, so it wasn't like I was miserable for the same reason as they were miserable, but I was miserable as well in my own way. But, so I've been kind of taking a look at it my whole life, because I was like, always interested in this subject. And I found that I really got along with the kids at that school, probably more than the white kids at the other schools, because I was a hippie kid, really long hair. I was kind of girlish. I was just drawing. I wasn't really participating. I used to get kicked out of school and beat up for having long hippie hair, and the guys couldn't decide if I was gay or a girl.
You were the quarterback of the...
That was later in high school after I got my macho up, but when I was a little kid, we traveled. We went to new schools all the time because my dad, you know, he was kind of a hustler, and so we traveled around and we were in show business, is what they called it, and so we were always the new kids. So people would beat us up or try to beat us up. We never got beat up. My older brother was in school with me. But I'm just saying, I know what it feels a little bit to be like an outsider. So when we went to that school, we got bused over to the all-black school, and I found it to be quite fantastic. And so I remember this from way back. And when we moved to Chicago, am I boring anybody with this, Cameron?
No.
In high school, at McHenry High School, I went to freshman and sophomore year in McHenry, Illinois, and they had this civil rights class that I took, and for 2 years in a row there, we had moved to Chicago after my parents divorced because of the topless bar my dad owned, and moved in with grandma up there, and they had a fantastic school system where they really wanted to teach us these issues. So what they did was we were an all-white school, so they had us do it one day in Martin Luther King High School in downtown Chicago at their school, and then they came to our school, and me and a couple other football players and just people from our class, we went by the Urban League and talked to somebody there, and we went to Johnson Publications, who used to print Ebony magazine, and Mr. Johnson took all the white kids up to his office and blew our mind with the publications they had there. And then we spent the rest of the day over at the Martin Luther King High School, which blew our mind because they had cops with guns. You had to do a metal detector, and I'm talking about 1977. And it was on lockdown, so we all got in the auditorium, and we went with a group of them, and they introduced us to their friends, and we had to have security and the whole bit. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. I don't know how y'all even get your studying done. And they were like, I know, this is what we live in. We'd like to see how much your world is so much better. We come out to your school, and they had already had it arranged. So all the same people came out and went to class with us. There's a picture in my McHenry yearbook of this happening. And I'm like, man, this is going to be so cool. And we had talks with other students, and we had this thing we formed called the Committee Against Racism, and all my friends and cool people were just like all into it. So I had my little team of 4 black dudes I took down to the famous sub shop where we all ate. And this was our favorite dude that we all went down there. It was walking distance from school, so on our lunch break, all the white kids would hang out there. Well, this time I bring in these 4 black guys, and this guy is just like the owner, who we thought was Pops from the sub shop, jumps my shadoozle and starts yelling at me for bringing those N-words into his sub shop. And here I thought I was in Chicago and safe of racism that I had experienced in Texas and in the South. And it blew my mind that existed in Chicago. And so I just want everybody to think that is just not a Southern thing. It is a problem.
And that was the 70s.
And that was in the 70s. And I never went back to that place again. And I dissuaded anybody to go back to that place. But the guy eventually told me that that's the reason he moved to the suburbs, to get away from those N-words. Right in front of my guests, who I had been bragging on what a civil town we had. We didn't have the word woke at the time, but I'm like, no, we don't see color, which is a stupid thing for artists to say, because of course I see a billion colors.
Here's the thing, especially with that phrase, it's okay to see color whenever, but it's acknowledging that your color, you have a color, and because you are of a certain, you are a person of color, you're treated differently. It's okay to acknowledge it because that's the world we live in. It's great to, it's like all lives matter. It's great to say that you don't see it, but seeing it is ignoring the reality of the way the world works.
Yeah, So anyway, I'm just saying this shit's been going on, y'all. I mean, sorry to swear. I apologize about that, for a long time. And I would just say that let's all try to do better, you know? Sorry for being two preachy white liberal dudes today, but this is important to all of us. I want Cameron to be able to have a better world than I came over here with.
I don't know how liberal it is because we haven't said anything about policy this entire time. We haven't said anything political other than, hey, don't be racist, and there's systematic prejudice in injustice in organizations, and that's undeniable.
Yeah, it seems undeniable when the NFL's even understanding Colin Kaepernick now.
For crying out loud, the good old boys, that was only 50 years ago. The good old boy system was still, and they're the ones that wrote the books that everyone's still using.
Well, I don't know, this hippie art movement has been kind of fun for all of us during this pandemic to kind of show y'all what we talk about every day. I know everybody has to go to work, and you know if you're raising kids and everything, that you don't always have time to deal with what is going on in the big picture. We all, us liberal-minded people, get that we are totally blessed and privileged to be able to sit here and make a living doing this and talking about the issues. But just like musical artists, our friends who are also doing this same thing with this medium while we've got some attention, why not? We have to, artists' responsibility is to tell their story and to get it out as, whatever their story is, to get it out to as many people as possible. So
now you're gonna want to add a little bit more blue back into this.
Yeah,
I'm going to. Look like anything.
I'm going to. I just want to get a different brush so it looks a little different. See, now what am I going to do, Cam?
Wet on wet?
A little wet on wet action. That's wet.
Take a shot, everybody.
Because we don't really know how this color is going to react on the surface of anything. And I could actually go over all of this and none of this could remain. I have no idea. I'm only going to look at it as a piece of art that I can't mess up.
Wayne says he loved the McHenry story. Never heard of it before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's familiar with McHenry. Yeah, it was sad, man, to realize that it's not just the Deep South. That's one thing I love about people of my generation. They tried to get better. You know, my friend in art school asked a black artist friend of ours if she could touch his hair because she'd never met an African American dude before. And he was gracious and said, of course. And I found out later that's very offensive.
It's super offensive.
But I'd like to know, is he even commenting on her hair? Because I often see people, beautiful African American women, black girls with beautiful hair, and I want to say, man, I love the art you put on your hair, or however it looks. But I don't want to be offensive. I don't want to be that jerk who's saying something so.
Well, the difference is when you're saying, "Can I touch that hair?" It's because it's so different.
Oh, okay.
I gotta touch it.
I see what you're saying.
As opposed to being like, oh, this is a piece of art.
Yeah, that's just.
You know what the front of this house looks like?
What?
Moe's Tavern from The Simpsons.
Oh yeah.
It's the exact same layout and colored blacks.
Maybe it is.
Anyway, we got 2 minutes until 7. How do you feel? Do you want to keep painting while we do a break? Or do you want to...
No, I'm ready to go, man. I want to appreciate everybody, Wayno, everybody that joined us today. We'll be back next Saturday.
Yeah, depending on what's happening next Saturday, we might push if there's some big breakthrough or if things get worse, we might push the hour-long break into next week's episode. We'll see. It's always nice to hear from them, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're having a great time doing this, and I appreciate everybody joining us. Fox 4 will be rebroadcasting our
stay tuned.
Our piece
Yeah, look how dark it's going to be.
Oh, yeah. Fox 4 rebroadcast our piece, and
that's
at 10
tonight at
p.m.
10 if you're
Central
in
Time.
if you are in the DFW area. Wayne will send you a link to it,
Or you can
check
go
out-
on Fox 4.
You can check out our
KDFW.
You can check out the Brad Smith art page. It's posted all there on the Vimeo link.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Cameron with all this stuff, so that's awesome. He's way ahead of me on this. And y'all have a safe Saturday. Seriously, y'all. This writing.
We got a lot done today with, and I think we took more of the viewers' suggestions than I think we ever have.
Big
So that
time.
was awesome.
Big time to use an 80s expression.
Big
80s
time.
hair.
Big league. Super big league.
Super. We're
All right.
rocking this house, so y'all have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. And thanks for joining. Share it with your friends. Tell them to
Yes, please
keep
share
watching.
this. It's obviously
Buy
going to
some
stay.
merch.
Obviously, it's going to stay on the Facebook, so just share it. Keep sharing it. It's not live, but it's still entertaining. So we
Muchos,
appreciate you.
muchos el grande for visiting.
That's week 3. We're not there yet. The houses.
Oh yeah, we're going to Hispanic next week.
Well, maybe not next week. You're almost done with this one.
This
So
dude, I'm glad I darkened the front of the house.
yeah,
Brought
that looks a
more
lot
attention to
cooler.
it. So this is all work in progress, y'all. I'm going to keep painting this week, depending on what happens, till we get to probably till we get through the election. I might take a break. I don't know what. I'm going on vacation on the 4th, but I'm going to do some remote journalism in Michigan. So that'll be cool.
He has an iPhone. You get some nice shots.
Oh yeah, I'm going to film the family and do a whole piece up there. Send the footage to Cameron.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Thanks so much.
Good night, y'all.
No, not that one. This one.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.